Dawn was only a pale smear behind the mountains when Sun Feather City still lay wrapped in pre-dawn darkness. In a quiet courtyard of the Zhao clan, a young man jolted awake. He threw off his blanket, swung out of bed, and dressed in a smooth, practiced motion that took less than a breath. Most of his sect's disciples were still asleep. Servants moved like shadows along the corridors. The boy, 13, maybe 14, slim, with a face that hadn't shed all its softness, tied his belt and stepped into the chill air. He wasn't strikingly handsome, but his eyes were clear and steady, and they held a stubborn spark. Just a little more, he whispered to himself. Second rank, and those mouths will finally shut. His name was Zhao Feng. Half a year earlier, he'd left Greenleaf Village, a small branch of the Zhao clan with barely 100 people and only a handful his age. Back there, he had been a prodigy, the first of his peers to break into the first rank of the martial path. Elders praised him, parents beamed, and the road of cultivation had opened like a gate swung wide. He knew, better than anyone, how much that first step had cost. The long nights, the repetition, the way he squeezed every drop out of a low-grade manual until it gleamed. He arrived at the main clan full of fight, eager to prove himself. Reality slapped him cold. The main Zhao clan was an empire compared to Greenleaf. Tens of thousands of people, lands and mines and resources that seemed to stretch forever. Here, boys his age were not just first rank. They were second rank, some even third. Rumors said a few geniuses had already touched the fourth. His talent shrank to nothing. He was placed among the lowest, an outer disciple from the branches. Even Zhao Shui, the girl who had entered with him, who used to look at him with open admiration, drifted away. She laughed now with one of the top 3 outer disciples, eyes bright in a way they'd never been with him. He'd ignored her in Greenleaf, too focused on cultivation. Now the distance burned. Fine, let burn. He would climb. After washing, he headed for the martial field. The mist was lifting. He planted his feet and worked the flaming metal fists, a core-grade art the sect gave to beginners. Breath anchored, hips turning, fists cutting the air with a low whoosh. Core low, middle, high peak. 5 grades of martial arts, and he was stuck on the bottom rung. Core arts tempered blood and bone. Their power was limited. But with his branch identity and lack of connections, higher manuals were out of reach. Pills. Those were for mainline disciples who'd been dosed since childhood. Some of them broke first rank before they turned 10. He drove his fists anyway. Sweat rolled. Breath rasped. I've lingered at first rank too long, he thought, chest heaving. Second rank isn't far, but it isn't free. By the time the sun edged over the roofs, other disciples began to drift in, stretching, joking, trading easy barbs. Their gazes slid to him and cooled. Some didn't bother to hide their disdain. It wasn't personal. The main branch looked down on every outer disciple from the sidelines. Pride needed a pedestal. Little broomstick. Stop. The bark came from behind. A heavy palm slammed his shoulder. Zhao Feng staggered, caught himself, and turned. Zhao Kun, thick-browed, broad-shouldered, the kind of boy who liked the sound of his own scoff, smiled down at him. What's the meaning of this? Zhao Feng's face tightened. When he'd first arrived, Zhao Kun had mocked the branch disciples. Zhao Feng had answered back. Since then, the older boy had needled him whenever he could. Around them, watchers gathered. With your strength, Kun, if you can't beat that branch brat in 10 moves, that's embarrassing, someone called. 10? He's peaked second rank. 3 will do. 3? Straight fight. Maybe not. Another said, eager for a show. Zhao Kun laughed and lifted his chin. 3? You insult me. 1 move. 1 move. The words landed like a slap. A rank apart or not, 3 made sense. 1 was humiliation. Anger rose, then ebbed. Zhao Feng forced his breath slow. I trained all morning, he said flatly. Give me a few days. Then I'll fight you. For a heartbeat, Zhao Kun blinked, surprised, then smirked. Run for now. Next time, don't forget our 1-move battle. Zhao Feng walked away, jaw clenched. Panic ticked under his ribs. He won't let it go. I have to reach second rank. Soon, he went home. Because he'd earned entry to the main clan, His parents had been allowed to move in as well, a reward that still felt heavier than a gift. He worried he would disappoint them, disappoint the elders back in Greenleaf who had bragged about him. "I'm back," he called. His father, Zhao Tianyang, stepped from the inner room, calm, serious. His mother, Zhao Shi, brought food from the kitchen, warmth in every motion. "Eat first," she said. He ate hungrily. They sat with him in silence, glancing at each other, the way people do when they have news they don't want to speak. "What is it?" he asked at last. Tianyang exhaled. The elders sent word. New rules. Branch youths who haven't reached second rank can't enter the clan's sparring competition. And he paused. Before 15, if they haven't reached third rank, they'll be sent back to their branches. Zhao Feng went cold. The family tournament was everything for an outer disciple. Rewards, recognition, the chance to become an inner disciple and be cultivated properly. Losing that chance was the same as being thrown aside. And the second rule, third rank by 15 or go home, stab deeper. "No," he said, voice low. His hands had curled into fists. "This targets branch disciples," his mother said, upset, breaking through. "It's all right," Zhao Feng said through his teeth. "I'll push harder. I'll hit second rank before the tournament." "There are 2 months until the bouts," his father said. "Registration is a month earlier. Reaching second rank in 1 month won't be easy." 1 month. The room seemed to dim. 2 months with doubled effort. Maybe he had a chance. 1 month? Confidence crumbled. His mother wiped at her eyes. "Even if you fail, we're proud. We can go back to Greenleaf and live simply." "I'd rather you be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix," his father added. "Safe is enough. Go back." "No." Zhao Feng surged to his feet. "I'm not returning to a quiet life." He had sworn he would stand out in Sun Feather City, claim land of his own, climb the martial path to its 9th rank and beyond. He would not slink home defeated. Before his voice could break, he turned and left. Thunder rolled. Rain began to fall, cold needles on his skin. He ran through the courtyard and into the street, head tipped back, the storm painting his face in white flashes. A pressure built, heavy and strange. He looked up and froze. Lightning spiderwebbed across the sky, dense and close, as if some power had woven a net through the clouds. Space itself seemed to ripple. A black stroke cut down from the heavens like an ink line across silk. It pierced the lightning, leaving ripples like rings in a dream. Then everything hit at once. Numb feet, the stink of ozone, ringing ears. The world went quiet. He looked down. A black marble lay at his toes. No, an eyeball, glossy and dark like stone somehow alive. It pulsed, soft and steady, and he felt that pulse match his own heartbeat. It watched him. It recognized him. An urge tugged at him, calling, inviting. "Alive?" He whispered, barely breathing. He didn't have time to move. The thing flickered. A streak. Then pain. It shot into his left eye. Zhao Feng screamed. The world reeled. As darkness closed, one last thought skittered across his mind, thin and terrified. "My eye. It's gone." The first thing he felt was pain burning in his left eye. Left eye? Cold clarity snapped him awake. He remembered the black, eyeball like marble. He remembered it piercing straight into his eye before he collapsed. If it was only a minor wound, he'd still be half blind. A one-eyed brute. The thought made his throat tighten. Pee. A soft, steady thump echoed from the injured eye, like a heartbeat he somehow recognized as his own. Shush! The moment he focused on the eye, his awareness was tugged inward. Darkness rushed up to meet him. Boom! His mind plunged into a pitch-black space. Fear prickled along his skin. Then he saw it. A faint green light turning slowly at the center of the void. It felt ancient and bottomless, as if it had been spinning since the first dawn and would keep spinning when the sky was old and cracked. His awareness sank toward it, drawn so deeply he might never surface. The ancient is broken, and the ancient god slain will turn into endless dust. The voice was a sigh, old and sorrowful, rolling through the dark like a tide. He spun in place, searching, but there was no one. The sound seemed to come from the darkness itself. There's a soul in the universe perfectly in sync with me? Is this destiny? Who are you? Zhao Feng forced his voice to hold steady. Show yourself. To continue my bloodline of the eye, you will rule everyone, control every race. You lucky youngster, do not disappoint me. An immense will swept over him and then faded. The void went still. He exhaled. The pain in his left eye surged again. Sunlight pushed through the window when he snapped back to his bed. He clutched his face with a hoarse cry. His left eye was red, swollen, and on fire. Charred flecks still clung to his skin where the lightning had kissed him. The pain ebbed by degrees. He tested his eyelid, afraid of what he would find. Light spilled in. He squinted, breath hissing out. Vision sharpened. Shapes settled. Then shock hit. The world bloomed in layers of color he had never seen. Edges were cleaner. Distance collapsed. He could pick out dust motes floating in the beam of sun. 100 paces away, an ant climbed a tree's bark, and he could trace the veins of a leaf. What is this? My left eye can even. His fear loosened into cautious relief. Whatever had happened, the eye was not ruined. It was stronger, much stronger. He grabbed a mirror. The eye looked normal in size, but the pupil was a shade darker, and when he concentrated, a faint green light stirred in its depth. The sight made his heart hammer. Did that mysterious eye fuse with mine? He felt both thrilled and uneasy. He stepped into the hall. Fenger, you slept a day and a night. You nearly killed me with worry. His mother, Zhao Shi, said, eyes wet with relief. I'm all right, he said, managing a smile. I might have come out of this with a blessing. Her words caught up with him. Wait, a day and a night. Yes. The alchemist said you were only unconscious, not injured inside, she said, wiping at her eyes. His stomach growled. Only then did he notice the hollow ache. Sit. I'll make you something, she said, hurrying to the kitchen. While he ate, he kept testing the eye. His whole body felt different too. Faster, lighter. A fly buzzed near the table. His left eye tracked it without effort. He saw its path, the webbing of veins in the wings, even guessed its sex from the shape of its body. Shush! His chopsticks flicked. The buzzing cut off. The fly lay still between the tips. He laughed under his breath, giddy with the ease. After the meal, heat pulsed once in his left eye, followed by that soft pipette thrum. He didn't know it, but something in his blood was shifting, the body following the eye. He went straight to the martial field. He had barely begun running through flaming metal fists when a coarse laugh rolled across the grounds. Zhao Feng, finally. I thought you would hide in your shell. Zhao Kun, broad shoulders, thick brows, smug stride. The crowd drew in as he approached. Zhao Feng remembered the promise hanging over him. Looks like I can't dodge this. He stepped forward to meet him. Get ready, Zhao Kun said. One move. That's all I need. He moved as he spoke. His stance coiled into a narrow frame, spine and arms compressing like a viper. Cold intent slid over Zhao Feng's skin. It's the 13 changes of the poisonous snake, someone shouted. Excitement rippled through the watchers. High-rank martial art? How? Another said. Second-rank disciples can only get middle-rank manuals. His grandfather is an elder, a third muttered. Now it makes sense. Zhao Feng drew a tight breath. High-rank skills crushed low and middle ranks by sheer efficiency and force. He had not even gained access to the library. Under normal circumstances, he would not last a single exchange, and Zhao Kun held a full rank on him. The pressure triggered something. His left eye stirred, and he poured his focus into it. A soft green light flickered. The world seemed to slow. Not the world, he realized, but him. Zhao Kun's body swelled in his vision until every thread stood out. Breath measure, heartbeat cadence, muscle tension, lines of force along tendons and veins. His secrets lay open. Zhao Kun's expression tightened. He felt it too, the prickling sense of being read. Third change of the poisonous snake. He struck, two fingers together, fangs flashing, speed and power braided into one line aimed at Zhao Feng's chest. So fast, many thought, eyes too slow to follow. Ha! Zhao Feng's fist cut the air and smashed into Zhao Kun's forearm. Numbness jolted up the bigger boy's arm. His finger stalled half an inch from Zhao Feng's chest. Whoosh! The counter drove straight into Zhao Kuen's midsection. Pain blossomed. His feet left the ground. He hit the dirt with a strangled cry. Silence broke in a rush. What just happened? One move, Zhao Feng said, calm now as his pulse settled. You lost.
Hey everyone, Fire Scale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Zhao Feng had an expression of shock and excitement, which was hard to cover up. I won. And I won in one move. Before the battle, because of the changes in his left eye, Zhao Feng was confident that by relying on his reaction speed and vision, he would be able to block one of Zhao Kuen's moves, and, if used well, more than 10 moves. However, the actual result was well out of his expectations. Zhao Kuen's attack was very fast to some of the bystanders, but under Feng's left eye, all of his movements were as clear as day. When his left eye was activated to its fullest capability, Zhao Feng felt that the opponent's moves seemed slow and clumsy. He was stunned because he saw faults in Zhao Kuen's skill. Faults in a high-ranked martial art. Zhao Feng didn't understand it either. How could he see the opponent's faults so easily? Maybe it was because the opponent hadn't fully polished the skill? At last, Zhao Feng had reacted on instinct, just like how he had with the fly, and gave the opponent a deadly hit, which allowed him to win in one move. Hua. All the disciples on the martial arts field were shocked. Did I see wrong? The one that lost was Zhao Kuen. You are right. The person who lost was Zhao Kuen. All the Zhao disciples opened their eyes wide and had weird faces on. How is this possible? How could I lose to this guy? Zhao Kuen had a disbelieving face. He lost so suddenly that he didn't understand how it had happened. At this time, the expressions on Zhao Feng and Zhao Kuen's faces were comparable. It was by accident. When the Zhao disciples saw the expression on Zhao Feng's face, they understood. After this was said, all of them started agreeing. You are right. This kid's luck must be too good he won by accident. His luck must be too good. The crowd rapidly agreed on the reason for Zhao Feng's victory. Luck? Maybe. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and turned to leave. Kid, stay there. Zhao Kuen clutched his stomach as he slowly stood up before he darkly said, Zhao Feng, you were just lucky before. That's why you won. Let's fight again. Fight again. Zhao Feng scrunched up his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Kuen. First, you're hurt. Second, I don't have time. After saying this, he turned towards a corner of the martial arts field and left behind the group of disciples with stunned faces. Bastard! After I'm healed, I'll perfect my 13 changes of the poisonous snake, then I'll fight you. Zhao Kuen had a face full of anger as he left without another word. Looking back on the fight, Zhao Kuen had his own reasons why he lost, and there were 3 main reasons. First, he looked down on his opponent. Second, he had only learned the first 3 moves of the 13 changes of the poisonous snake, and there were still many faults as it was not yet perfected. Third, Zhao Feng had too much luck. On the other side of the martial arts field, Zhao Feng started to practice. The reason I was able to win the fight is mainly because Zhao Kuen looked down on me, as well as the fact that he have yet to perfect the high-ranked martial arts skill, which allowed for me to see the faults in it. Zhao Feng knew the answer in his heart. Zhao Kuen would definitely not go easy on him in the next fight, and if he perfected the 13 changes of the poisonous snake's first 3 moves, then Zhao Feng didn't have any confidence in winning again. That was because the difference between the first rank and the second rank of the martial path was too big. The martial path had 9 ranks in total. The first 3 ranks were known as the body ranks. The body ranks were about gaining strength and increasing one's foundation. So the first rank and the second rank of the martial path had a difference of around 100 kilograms in terms of strength. That's why, under normal conditions, to be a first rank and beat the second rank of the martial path was so surprising, and even more so to win in one move. The key point is still to increase my strength. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and started to practice flaming metal fist again. The first move, the second move, the third move. The flaming metal fist seemed to be as smooth as water, smoother than it had ever been. Huh. As Zhao Feng finished his kata, he had an excited look on his face. The flaming metal fist had a total of 32 moves, and he could now finish them in one breath, much faster than before. The power of the moves had also increased. After finishing the kata, he felt that his blood flowed better and faster than before, as if it was burning. Underscore pe. Pe underscore. At the same time, the beat coming from his left eye became even more obvious. Zhao Feng closed his eyes, and his consciousness fell into the pitch-black dimension. At the center of the dimension, there was a faint green light. At first, the faint green light had a radius of around 60 cm and was quite faint. Now, the area and brightness of the faint green light seemed to have increased. Could it be? Is the eye's abilities directly linked to my own strength? Zhao Feng guessed happily. The changes in his left eye gave him the chance to change his destiny. First, it had let him beat Zhao Kuan, and secondly, when he practiced his moves, they had become super smooth. Again, Zhao Feng's eyes sharpened as he started to practice flaming metal fist again. Underscore who underscore. Zhao Feng's movement speed became faster and faster, and the moves started to perfectly link with one another. After practicing for the third time, his speed had already become twice as fast as before, and the damage had also increased greatly. Through his breathing, he felt his blood circulate better, and the parts of his body that could not be toughened before had also started to become stronger. At this speed, I will just need a few more days to break through to the second rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng felt that his improvements were very obvious. He practiced until night, and then wiped his sweat and headed back toward his home. After arriving home, he still was thinking about the changes in his left eye. To continue my bloodline of the eye, you will rule everyone, control every race. You lucky youngster, do not disappoint me. He remembered the voice that came from the pitch-black dimension before he fainted. This I might have come from an ancient godlike existence, and in an accident, merged with my own eye, Zhao Feng assumed. Even at night, when he opened his eye, he could still see everything outside. The darkness of night had almost zero influence on him now, as I could still see the birds a few kilometers away. Zhao Feng lay on his bed that night and felt his left eye releasing sizzling pulses of heat, which merged with his blood. Under this weird feeling, Zhao Feng fell asleep. Underscore the next morning, underscore. Zhao Feng woke up, stretched his four limbs, and went to practice in the small courtyard. This yard is too old, and the environment is bad. When I'm stronger, I am definitely going to let my parents live inside a big yard, Zhao Feng thought his heart. Quickly, he began to practice the 32 moves of the flaming metal fist. Underscore who underscore. The fists carried the wind, and now contained extreme power. As soon as he threw a few punches, he felt that something was wrong. Between each breath, his blood was raging and gave off an aura of power. Every punch now contained at least 200 to 250 kilograms of force. What? Zhao Feng was shocked, and his two fists blurred into two patches of red light. Underscore ka. Underscore. One of the punches hit the big tree in front of him, and a branch as thick as a fist snapped into pieces. No, this definitely is not the power of a first rank. Could it be? Zhao Feng's heart jumped. To prove his theory, he took a deep breath and put all of his power into one stomp. Underscore pe. Underscore. The ground shook and the layers of earth crumbled, leaving Zhao Feng's footprint 2 cm deep into the hard-packed ground. His expression turned happy as one of his palms hit a stone that was at least 30 kg and broke it into pieces. This kind of power wasn't something that the first rank of the martial path could have. Second rank of the martial path. I've broken through to the second rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and began to feel the power coursing through his body. He had thought that breaking through to the second rank would at least take a few days, but hadn't realized that he had broken through after just one night's sleep. His consciousness went inside his left eye, and there Zhao Feng found that the faint green light now extended from around 60 cm to 67 cm. He felt that his energy was better than before, and that it also had different changes which could not be explained. The martial path had 9 ranks, and every rank was harder to achieve than the previous one, similar to a pyramid. Everyone knew that the first 3 ranks were known as the body ranks. Cultivators at this stage were also known as martial learners. Martial learners used force to strengthen their bodies to provide a strong foundation for later realms. Although martial learners were very low, as they had just entered the gateway of martial arts, to cultivate to the peak of the 3rd rank was not to be looked down upon. One would have at least 400 kilograms of strength, and those born with better talent could even have over 500 kilograms of strength. They could rip apart tigers and destroy bears with their bare hands. Although Zhao Feng had only broken through to the 2nd rank, he had 250 to 300 kilograms of strength, which was well outside the capabilities of normal people. If it was accompanied by strong martial skills, dozens of normal people wouldn't be able to stop him. Underscore, if I can reach the 3rd rank of the martial path and have 350 to 400 kilograms of strength, my overall strength will at least double. Underscore, Zhao Feng thought in his heart. Of course, the thing that he yearned for was the 4th rank of the martial path. The 4th through 6th ranks of the martial path were known as the accumulation ranks. Students at that level were also known as martial artists. After entering this realm, the martial artist wouldn't just have a strong body and blood. They could also strengthen their organs and use the power of inner strength, which surpassed that of pure muscle attacks. Once they reached martial artist, they would leave the realm of mundane people and enter a higher level. Back at Greenleaf Village, Zhao Feng had the urge to become a true martial artist, and entering the Zhao sect had made this dream come one step closer. After he entered the 2nd rank of the martial path, Zhao Feng immediately told his parents. 2nd rank of the martial path? His father Zhao Tianyang and his mother Zhao Shi were both surprised, but let out deep breaths of relief. As Zhao Feng was able to reach the 2nd rank at his age without the use of outside help, his talent could be said to be truly above average. All you have to do for the next 2 months is to prepare for the family spar contest. We do not need you to do extremely well, just do not lose face. Zhao Tianyang revealed a happy smile. His mother Zhao Shi also had a pleased smile. For Zhao Feng to reach this step, they were both very pleased and did not have higher expectations. However, Zhao Feng's goals weren't restricted to just this. He wanted to become a true martial artist, maybe even reach the pinnacle of martial arts. After breaking through to the 2nd rank, my status within the sect is now higher, and I have the right to enter the 1st floor of the martial arts library. The sect's martial arts library contained many different martial arts skills. Thinking about this, Zhao Feng immediately headed for the martial arts library. Brother Feng. Halfway, a slightly shocked voice from a girl stopped him. The young girl's voice had a familiar sound and felt comfortable to listen to. Zhao Feng's body turned stiff as a boy and girl close to his own age approached from the side. The boy was purple-clothed, had thick eyebrows, with a straight tall back and sharp eyes. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd rank, and the other disciples around him could feel the pressure he emitted. He is the sect's 3rd-ranking outer disciple, Zhao Yijian. The people around them exclaimed, with faces full of worry and fear. The girl that came with Zhao Yijian was a young woman wearing white. She had a clear and beautiful face. Little Sister Shui. Zhao Feng looked at the white-clothed girl, and his mouth subconsciously curled into a mocking smile. The girl in front of him was the one who entered the sect with him half a year ago, Zhao Shui. Back at Greenleaf Village, Zhao Shui was a huge fan of his. However, after they entered the Zhao sect, they became distant from one another, and they were almost total strangers now. After Zhao Shui entered the Zhao sect, she quickly became good friends with Zhao Yijian using her beauty, who was ranked 3rd out of the outer disciples. And then, by using her connections, she had achieved the 2nd rank of the martial path half a month ago. At this moment, Zhao Shui said something to Zhao Yijian. Okay, but just do not take too long. Zhao Yijian nodded his head and leaned aside, not even bothering to look at Zhao Feng. Zhao Shui walked in front of Zhao Feng and, in a complex manner and with a little sigh, said, "Brother Feng, you have finally broken through to the second rank. However, Shui is going to give you some advice. Do not be too stubborn. After entering the sect, I have realized that the place we started at is too low compared to the people here. What do you want to say?" Zhao Feng broke off her sentence and responded with a cold face. Zhao Shui had a bit of anger of her face, but she still bit her teeth and said, "Brother Feng, Shui is going to advise you one more time. Go to Brother Yijian and pledge yourself to him. With his help, only then will you merge with the main Zhao sect. That way you can avoid problems." "Pledge?" Zhao Feng laughed coldly. He wouldn't pledge to anyone in his whole life. Zhao Yijian had a cold aura and was extremely arrogant. Every time he saw Zhao Feng, it was with his nose in the air, as if he was too high up to bother with Feng. Seeing Zhao Feng's expression, Zhao Shui immediately knew his answer. They grew up together, so she understood Zhao Feng very well. Zhao Shui walked back to Zhao Yijian's side and murmured something. "Humph. He doesn't know what's good for him, this useless garbage," Zhao Yijian said in a cold voice. "Useless garbage?" Zhao Feng's brow furrowed. Maybe it because he saw Zhao Feng so unwilling, but Zhao Yijian paused and coldly said, "I've heard that you're the genius of Greenleaf Village. However, at the Zhao sect, you're just a little bug. We'll meet at the family sparring contest, and I'll beat you in just one move." "Just like what I would say. We'll meet at the contest." Zhao Feng spat back bitterly and then turned towards the martial arts library. He didn't want to keep on talking. They were bound to fight 2 months later, and the one with greater strength would win. As Zhao Shui's gaze passed by Zhao Feng, it flashed ever so slightly. At this point, she felt a strange feeling from Zhao Feng, a feeling that she couldn't understand. "He sure thinks he's good," Zhao Yijian snorted. He didn't even think of Zhao Feng as a serious opponent. Among the sect's outer disciples, those that had entered the third rank of the martial path didn't exceed 60 people, and to rank third out of these, it could be seen that Yijian had some great skills up his sleeves. Zhao Shui gave off a deep sigh in her heart. Zhao Feng was just finding trouble for himself. Zhao Shui understood Zhao Yijian's strength very well. Some of the third ranks couldn't even block one move of his. After a short while, Zhao Feng came to one of the sect's most important grounds, the martial arts library. Therefore, it had elders guarding it. Branch disciple? The white-clothed elder inside the martial arts library looked at Zhao Feng's identity plate and furrowed his brow. Great elder. Zhao Feng had a polite face on. He knew the elder's strength. From his left eye, he felt a mysterious force coming from the elder. It was a layer of red aura between his blood and skin, but constantly moving through his veins and could erupt at any time. It could also attack through the air and crush metal into powder. Zhao Feng knew that the white-clothed elder had already cultivated his inner strength, his qi, to a high degree and could destroy 100 Fengs in an instant. Only those that were at the fourth rank of the martial path or higher could have qi. Zhao Shui, Zhao Kuan were martial learners who wouldn't have qi. Zhao Feng bowed and said, "Elder, I want to go into the second floor of the library." Achieving the second rank at 14 years of age is average. However, before you become an inner disciple, I must tell you that branch disciples and main disciples have different treatments in the library, the white-robed elder said. When Zhao Feng heard this, he paused a second, but then thought about the new rules of the sect and immediately understood. "Elder, please go on." Zhao Feng knew that before having absolute power, he didn't have any right to discuss the rules. The white-clothed elder said with an expressionless face, "Those with the second rank of the martial path can only enter the first floor of the library. The first floor of the library has a lot of low-rank martial arts and a few middle-rank ones. Main sect disciples can choose 2 middle-ranked martial arts, or 4 low-ranked martial arts at most, and the limit for borrowing these is 2 months. Side branch disciples can only choose 1 middle-ranked martial art, or 2 low-ranked martial arts, and the time limit is 1 month. After listening to the rules, Zhao Feng took a deep breath and said, "This junior understands." The branch disciples had only half the quantity and time of the main branch disciples. Okay, you can go in now, but the time limit is half an hour. Under the white-robed elder's guidance, Zhao Feng slowly stepped into the martial arts library, a place he'd dreamed of coming to. They were used to help those of later generations, hoping that they could expand the family. Usually, a sect's number and quality of martial arts determined how strong the sect would be. Zhao Feng remembered that at the Greenleaf Village Zhao family, there was no martial art library. The library was divided into 3 floors. In the first floor, there was a large quantity of martial arts, but most of them were low-ranked, with a few middle-ranked ones there as well. The second floor apparently had the sect's secret and traditional techniques. Most of them were of high rank. There were even some peak-ranked ones there. However, to enter the second floor, one needed to be at least at the 4th rank of the martial path. And the third floor was just a rumor, as it had never been publicly opened. For Zhao Feng, the second and third floors were just too far away. Even the first floor's martial arts were something that he yearned for. He had no background in the sect, and a person with no background or exceptional talent could not access higher-ranked martial arts. The flaming metal fist he had was only a core-rank martial art, and so was even weaker than a low-ranked martial art. However, after breaking through to the second rank of the martial path, he had the right to enter the first floor and choose a martial art. The Zhao sect, it is no wonder that it is one of the 3 big families of Sun Feather City, riding on top of several hundred other families. Zhao Feng stepped into the first floor, his breathing quickening. He could see a few other Zhao disciples, but all of them were using their time to choose their own martial art skills. According to the rules, those that entered the library only had half an hour to select skills. So everyone that entered here didn't waste any time. About half an hour, and I need to choose a middle-rank martial art, or 2 low-rank martial arts. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and scanned the bookshelves. The first floor of the library had several thousand books, and every book was 2 cm thick. To find 1 or 2 martial arts among such a high number was not easy. Rock-breaking palm, anger dragon fist, leaf-picking sword, wind-like foot. Different kinds of martial art skills made Zhao Feng's eyes turn colorful. _Shua. Zhao Feng flipped the pages of these martial art skills quickly to the first page. These martial arts usually had their summaries on the first page. Crazy Wing Blade, like the wind, powerful like lightning, uses speed to win. Minimum requirement, 1st rank of the martial path. To train this skill is average difficulty. Rank low. Anger Dragon Fists can increase the strength of the cultivator, can put all power into one attack. Minimum requirement is 2nd rank of the martial path. To train this skill is quite hard. Rank, peak of the middle rank. Wind-like Foot, a close combat skill which uses speed to win. When trained to fullest potential, can fight against many people and not lose. Minimum requirements, 1st rank of the martial path, but high difficulty. Rank middle. Metal Sand increases the defense of the body. Under full activation, can go head-to-head with same rank opponent. Someone who could train it to a high level can use their body to defend against swords and blades. Minimum requirements, 2nd rank of the martial path, and needs high willpower. Rank middle. The martial arts library skills are stronger than the core rank skills by far, just as expected. Zhao Feng was extremely pleased, and the skills he saw were mainly middle rank ones. After only looking through tens of books, his heart had already been moved several times. However, the library had restrictions. He could only take out 1 middle rank martial art. If I could only take out a few, then that would be great. Zhao Feng felt unwilling and thought it was unfair. Branch disciples can only choose 1 middle martial art, whereas the main disciples can choose 2. To increase his selection speed, Zhao Feng started to use his left eye. With his left eye, his assessment speed increased more than tenfold. Shua. Zhao Feng's left eye used an incredible speed to look through these martial arts. He only needed 1 look to understand them all. Looking at over 30 books, Zhao Feng fully memorized the contents of them and compared them with one another. When he had scanned over 50, Zhao Feng suddenly realized something was not right. and froze. He went back to his memories of the other books. In his mind, the contents of the books appeared, and not a single word was wrong or missing. This, Zhao Feng felt himself trembling with excitement. After merging with the left eye, Zhao Feng's memory had improved as well. He only needed to look at something once and would never forget it. Especially when he activated his left eye, the contents of the books were burned into his mind. Zhao Feng never thought that he would achieve the power of never forgetting. There were many rumors about geniuses on Azure Flower Continent, and never forgetting was one of the attributes they had. However, never forgetting worked for most people in that their memory was good. They only needed to read something once, and they would remember 80 to 90% of the contents. However, compared to Zhao Feng's never forgetting, his version was clearly much stronger. He was literally not able to forget. With his power in the martial arts library, it meant that Zhao Feng could take more books out. Fast, fast, fast. Zhao Feng mumbled to himself excitedly and started to memorize all the books he could. Underscore, shua, 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 underscore. His concentration was pushed to the limit as he flipped through the pages of the manuals as soon as he grasped them. As long as the contents were looked at by his left eye, it didn't matter if it was words or drawings. He memorized everything. It only took Zhao Feng 20 breaths of time to fully remember a book with 50 pages. Haha, never forget. Good. Zhao Feng felt great, but he seemed more and more insane as he ripped through the books. His actions caused some of the other disciples to look over. I think this guy's gone crazy. Maybe it is his first time here, and he is too excited. Some of the disciples looked at Zhao Feng's actions and shook their heads. Time flashed by. 20 minutes had already passed. Who? Zhao Feng let out a long breath. He felt tired, but it still couldn't stop his excitement. At this point, he had stolen over 100 martial arts books. These martial arts were mainly middle-ranked martial arts. It included fist skills, palm skills, sword skills, breathing skills, footwork skills, defense skills, and many others. Because Zhao Feng kept on using his left eye, his mind became tired. Next, Zhao Feng's left eye scanned around the area and landed upon an old martial arts book. The reason why he stopped on it was because Zhao Feng felt that the materials this book was made of were different from the rest. Zhao Feng picked up this book, and on the top were 3 words, lightly floating fairy. He flipped to the first page. Lightly floating fairy, high-rank martial art, can make the cultivator move through the snow without leaving marks, can drift across the river, and make the person feel like a bird. When trained high enough, the person can double jump and even fly for short moments. Minimum requirement is 2nd rank of the martial path, and to train in this skill was very hard. In addition, higher chi will increase the force of the skill. Achieving the highest realm will make a person quicker than anyone else under the 7th rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng first thought that this was just an ordinary footwork skill, but after he saw double jump and higher chi, his eyes twinkled. Double jump exceeded the limits of middle-rank martial arts. Even some high-ranked ones couldn't do that. Higher chi meant that this skill was suited for martial artists at or above the 4th rank of the martial path. And the most incredible part was, achieving the highest realm would allow the person to have the fastest speed of everyone under the 7th rank of the martial path. What an exaggeration! Even some peak-rank martial arts won't have the courage to say this. Zhao Feng's eyes shone, and without hesitation, he started reading the contents of Lightly Floating Fairy. He had a question in his heart. Why would such a strong skill be put at the bottom floor? And why would no one learn it? Soon, Zhao Feng found the reason. After flipping through a quarter of the book, the words started to blur out. The book was too old, and it started to mold. That meant that this book only had a quarter of its original contents. So unfortunate. Zhao Feng was severely disappointed. However, he did not give up and continued to use his left eye on the blurred-out words. Using all of his power on his left eye, Zhao Feng could just about see the words under the mold, exceeding a normal human's eyesight by at least 20-fold. After reading 2 pages, Zhao Feng felt his mind grow tired, and his left eye felt as if there was no power left in it. If I take this back, I can slowly read all of its later contents, Zhao Feng thought, and then took Lightly Floating Fairy out of the 1st floor of the martial arts library. Lightly floating fairy? You want this book? The white-robed elder asked with scrunched eyebrows. Yes, Zhao Feng politely replied. This book has been around for 1,000 years, and there are parts in it which exceed high-rank martial arts by far. After telling him this, the white-robed elder's voice turned. However, only a quarter of this book can be seen. An important note, to fully train this in skill is extremely hard. Even some geniuses cannot do it. Even if they do it, under the 4th rank of the martial path, its potential is restricted. At last, the white-robed elder warned, I'd advise you to change your pick, or else you will never break through to the 4th rank of the martial path and become a true martial artist. Thank you for your warning, elder, but my heart is decided. Zhao Feng had a calm look on his face. Looking at the Zhao Feng leave, the white-robed elder shook his head and said, These youths nowadays all take the highest-ranked book possible. He believed that Zhao Feng would not be able to fully learn lightly floating fairy. And taking a step back, even if he could, what could a partial martial art book do? Leaving the martial arts library, Zhao Feng returned home. Sitting on his bed, he closed his eyes, and on the inside of his mind the contents of around 100 martial art books quickly surfaced. He couldn't hold in his happiness and laughed with his head raised. Quite a period of time passed until he calmed down. In Cloud Country, a middle-rank martial arts skill was worth a couple hundred silver, but the money Zhao Feng received per month was only 10 silver. Of course, he couldn't take the sect's skills out and sell them. If he did that, he would get punished. They would destroy his cultivation and then kick him out of the sect. Zhao Feng took 100 books out from the martial arts library. Most of them were high class, and all of them had at least a past person train it, so he could use their experience. However, to choose a few martial arts skills from among these books wasn't easy. It was good that all of these books were fully imprinted in his mind, because he only needed one thought to compare them against one another and choose the one most suitable for him. A single martial art could increase his strength. With a combination of many martial arts, it could only help his cultivation. Zhao Feng only used half an hour to choose 4 skills from the 100 books. They were lightly floating fairy, angry dragon fists, air-pushing breathing technique, and continuous meteorite arrows. Lightly floating fairy was definitely the highest ranked skill out of them all, and Zhao Feng had a high chance of solving the missing words. After that came angry dragon fists and air-pushing breathing technique. These skills also complemented one another. Angry Dragon Fist was one of the peak books of the middle rank, and the damage dealt by it was high. It compressed one's strength into one strike, and the power was so incredible that it wasn't weaker than some of the high-ranked martial arts. Zhao Feng had high expectations for Angry Dragon Fists because it increased one's physical strength. Strong body strength was the foundation and minimum requirements for developing Qi. Qi was something that made someone a true martial artist. Air-pushing breathing technique was also a peak middle rank martial art. It developed one's body strength, blood, and body. When trained to a high level, there was a chance to understand Qi. Angry Dragon Fists and air-pushing breathing technique work perfectly well together, and when used together the power of it is at least comparable to high-ranked martial arts, and there's an increased chance to understand martial path inner strength. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. As for the last skill, continuous meteorite arrows, it was also close to high rank. Why did he choose an arrow skill? This was because it worked well with Zhao Feng's left eye. If I do not learn an arrow skill, then I'd be sorry for my left eye. Zhao Feng had a smile curl upon his lips. It could be imagined, with his left eye's abilities, he'd be a natural godly archer, and if he perfected the arrows skill. After choosing martial arts skills, Zhao Feng started to cultivate. He first started with the air-pushing breathing technique, as strong body and blood was the foundation of cultivation. The stronger one's blood was, the damage from Angry Dragon Fists in close combat would be stronger. Closing his eyes, Zhao Feng's mind entered the contents of air-pushing breathing technique. A while later, his body's blood started to move slowly. This easy, Zhao Feng was shocked. According to the contents of air-pushing breathing technique, most people that could move their blood needed at least 4 to 5 days, or even up to 15 days. Underscore, could it be that I'm a genius? Underscore. Zhao Feng thought a bit. and then disagreed with himself. Because if he was a genius, then it wouldn't have been so hard for him to break into the second rank of the martial path. He realized that after merging with his mysterious left eye, his mind's energy had increased. His reaction speed, understanding, and analyzing speed all now exceeded that of normal people. When he was learning the air-pushing breathing technique, _pep_ sound came from the left eye. At the same time, in the pitch-black dimension, the 67 centimeters radius of faint green light was spinning at an increased rate. Half a day later, Zhao Feng had trained the air-pushing breathing technique to the first level, and his body gave off a faintly disgusting smell of sweat. He felt that his body's strength had become stronger by 30%. I did it. Zhao Feng felt somewhat incredulous. Air-pushing breathing technique was divided into 3 levels, and once one trained to the peak of the 3rd level, there was a chance to comprehend Qi. After another half-day, Zhao Feng had already trained air-pushing breathing technique to the peak of the 1st level. Then the speed started slowing down. He changed his mind and started training in Angry Dragon Fists, which paired up with air-pushing breathing technique. As expected, with the foundation of air-pushing breathing technique, the speed of learning Angry Dragon Fists was very fast. In only half a day's time, Zhao Feng learned all of the 81 moves to a beginner level. Angry Dragon Fists had extreme power, especially when used with air-pushing breathing technique. The explosive strength was incredible. Zhao Feng clicked his tongue in astonishment. The most surprising part was that after learning Angry Dragon Fists, the air-pushing breathing technique broke through to the 2nd level and even went a bit further. The 2 skills accompanying each other had an incredible effect. No wonder they're perfect for each other. Zhao Feng laughed in his heart. For the next 5 days, Zhao Feng kept on learning Angry Dragon Fists and air-pushing breathing pushing technique, and both of his skills were trained up at an incredible speed. At this time, Zhao Feng's cultivation was closing to the peak of the 2nd rank of the martial path. Just a bit longer, and I can reach the peak of the 2nd rank. Then the 3rd rank won't be far away either. Zhao Feng was full of expectations. The next day, Zhao Feng left home and headed towards the martial arts field. This was because lightly floating fairy and continuous meteorite arrows needed open space to practice. Soon, Zhao Feng arrived in a corner of the martial arts field. This was the place where they practiced with bows and arrows. _shush_. Helpless, Zhao Feng picked up the bow again and slowly pulled the string. Looks at this kid's stance. It is obvious that he is a newbie. If he hits the center this time, I will write my name backwards. The archers on the field had excited faces and looked down upon Zhao Feng. The person in the crowd who had the highest skill was Zhao Yui. He had a face full of confidence as he stated, "Archery skills are only improved by shooting infinite times. Only then will you become a peak archer." His words made those archers around nod in agreement. Zhao Feng squinted his eyes, but did not use his left eye this time. If he used his left eye, it would obviously hit dead center. Zhao Feng decided to go low-key, so he just barely used his left eye. At the same time, the continuous meteorite arrows skill in his mind merged into his heart and became a part of him. Every part of Zhao Feng's body, even his breathing, started to have a small change. These changes weren't watched closely by the people. However, being an exceptional archer, Zhao Yui's eyes flashed. _shush_. The bow shot out an arrow that whipped through the air and like a meteorite landed on the target. Dead center. Another 10th ring. Zhao Feng had a wronged expression. This time he didn't even fully use his left eye, but only the skills of continuous meteorite arrows. He thought that it was hard to get a good result, but did not know that he would still hit dead center. He shook his head and sighed. His actions made the disciples' faces go tense. Another dead center. What is this guy? He's got 2 dead centers now. How could someone be so lucky? The archers had confused expressions and were unwilling to believe. Okay, I have finished shooting. I'm going to go now. Zhao Feng patted his clothes, then put down his bow and got ready to leave. Looking at his back, all the archers around felt angry. Kid, Stop right there, a cold voice came from behind. Zhao Feng stopped walking and turned around. The person who called him was Zhao Yui. He had a face full of anger, and his third rank of pressured the people around him. Zhao Yui was 17 or 18 years old. The fact that he had higher cultivation and was also bigger than Zhao Feng added some ferocity. I've already shot my arrow. What else do you want me to do? Although Zhao Yui was strong, and Zhao Feng didn't have any confidence in winning, it did not mean Feng was scared of him. You are still acting. Zhao Feng snorted. You are not a beginner. You are just here to play us. After this was said, the archers around him all came to a realization and nodded in agreement. No wonder this kid had so much luck. He was just a tiger pretending to be a pig. This guy dares to play us. The disciples around believed Zhao Yui's words and started shouting at Zhao Feng with angry faces. Calm down, everyone. This was indeed my first time shooting. Zhao Feng shook his head. He really wasn't a tiger pretending to be a pig. To get such a good result was not something that he expected. Zhao Yui stared at him and twinkled his eyes. Even I got tricked by the first 2 arrows. However, the third arrow, your hand stance has obviously reached a high level. To shoot 50 meters and hit the center twice in a row. What kind of beginner has this kind of luck? He had reason for his words. It did not matter if Zhao Feng had 100 mouths, because he still wouldn't be able to explain. What do you guys want? Zhao Feng's face turned cold. If he could not explain, then there was no point in explaining. Kiddo, you have a nerve to play us. So we're not going to let you leave so easily. The disciples around all touched their fists, and more people came crowding in. Sister Yufei, that place seems popular. Let us go over and see. Some of the sect's girls were attracted by all the attention. These girls' ages were between 12 and 16. One of them wore a purple dress. She had a face as white as snow and seemed fragile, but her beauty was incomparable. Too beautiful. Who is she? One youth the same age as Zhao Feng stood dazzled, and his eyes locked onto the girl. That's the sect's new genius, Zhao Yufei. Most of the sect's disciples knew the girl's identity. She is only 15 years old, and she's already at the peak of the 3rd rank. She will be at the 4th rank soon, and will then become a true martial artist. This Zhao Yufei is not only pretty, but she also has exceptional talent. Some youths took back their eyes and felt ashamed, as if they were not worthy of Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei wasn't only pretty, but also had a refreshing aura. She was like a flower. Even Zhao Yui's eyes shone when he saw Zhao Yufei. It's her. Zhao Feng also knew Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei was also a branch disciple that came over half a year ago. She had the same cultivation as Zhao Yijian, but she was younger. It was hard to believe that someone from the branch family, under the resources she had, could achieve such a realm. Maybe this was a real genius. Some things couldn't happen to normal people. For a genius, however, they could happen with ease. When Zhao Feng previously saw Zhao Yufei, he thought that she was beautiful. Being a normal youth of the same age, it was hard not to be attracted. However, Zhao Feng knew that with his cultivation and status, he and Zhao Yufei were 2 people from different worlds. Seeing Zhao Yufei come over, Zhao Yui went to warmly greet her. Zhao Feng was composed and looked straight at Zhao Yufei. If it was before, and Zhao Feng was in front of this beautiful girl genius, he would think of himself as unworthy and would be scared to even look her in the eye. Today, however, he looked straight at her. When he looked at her, Zhao Feng's left eye subconsciously started to move. Through his left eye, Zhao Yufei's stunning figure was even clearer than before. _E_. Through this, Zhao Feng was shocked. Slowly, Zhao Yufei's clothes started to fade, and he almost saw the snow-white skin inside. Obviously, his left eye did not have see-through abilities. Even if it did, it would be incredibly weak. It was only because he had supervision that he could see things more clearly. The difference was that normal people's vision stayed on something far away, whereas Zhao Feng's vision could pull it closer and look at it under 0 distance. That is why there was a certain see-through effect. At this time, Zhao Feng's left eye was pushed to its full capabilities, and inside the pitch-black dimension, the faint green glow spun faster. Suddenly, Zhao Yufei's clothes completely disappeared. Even her body was almost fully see-through. Zhao Feng's left eye saw her blood circulating. He even saw the faint purple aura inside her veins. Zhao Yufei's talent is so strong. She's going to have chi soon. Zhao Feng was very surprised by this and took a long breath. In terms of age, she was only older than him by a year, but she had already had achievements of some height. At the Azure Flower Continent, most of the martial learners stayed in the third rank of the martial path forever, as they were unable to understand chi and become fourth rankers. Zhao Yufei, however, at the age of 15, had almost completely understood the concept of inner strength. The days until she became a true martial artist were not far away. My left eye does not have a fully see-through ability, but I can still sense the blood and inner strength of those I look at. Zhao Feng's eye jumped, and this was the conclusion he came to after some thought. At this time, the key focus, Zhao Yufei, seemed to feel something and looked toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng did not hide, but closed the ability of his left eye. Zhao Yufei felt weird inside her heart, as she had a feeling of being stripped and having all her secrets seen. What happened here? Zhao Yufei took back her gaze and asked, "Little sister Yufei, this is what happened." Zhao Yui and the others exaggerated the whole incident. I see. Zhao Yufei looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng knew that under these conditions he would not be able to explain. Kid, because of your past actions, you have caused a crowd outrage. I will give you a chance to apologize to everyone, Zhao Yui said arrogantly. Apologize? I did not do anything wrong, so why would I need to apologize? Zhao Feng clicked his tongue. If you apologize to us, then we will let this pass, Zhao Yui said like a gentleman. He was obviously going to perform well in front of this beauty. Apologize? Not possible, Zhao Feng said. Everything you said before was just what you thought yourselves. When he said this, everyone, even including Zhao Yufei, furrowed their brows. This Zhao Feng is a bit too arrogant. Zhao Yufei now had a bad impression of Zhao Feng. You can argue well, can't you? Zhao Yui laughed instead of getting angry. If you do not apologize, then do not think that you will be able to leave. The disciples around started to close in on Zhao Feng, using more to fight less. Zhao Feng had a face of mockery and glanced at Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yui and his cronies' expressions all changed. In front of this genius and beautiful girl, they would obviously act as gentlemen, and using more to beat up less did not look good. Fine. Zhao Yui's eyes twirled and had a trick up his heart. We won't use more to beat less. You won't need to apologize, but only if you can beat me in arrow skills. That's right. Since you are both archers, use your strength to talk. Little sister Yufei can be the judge. Everyone agreed and started shouting. Zhao Yui laughed in his heart. This was like shooting two birds with one arrow. Through an arrow contest, he could make Zhao Feng apologize and not lose face. He could also show off his skills in front of Zhao Yufei, maybe even win her heart. Archery skills contest. Zhao Feng felt it was helpless to say anymore. Fine, we talk with our strengths. Good. At least you have some guts. Zhao Yui was happy since his plan succeeded this easily. He had first thought that Zhao Feng would fight back and need some encouragement. He didn't know that Feng would accept so easily. And when Zhao Feng lost, all he needed to do was apologize. That left some space for him to back down. Little sister Yufei, how about you be the judge? Zhao Yui said as he smiled at Zhao Yufei. In terms of talent and cultivation, Zhao Yufei was one of the top in the crowd, so she had the right to judge. Okay. Zhao Yufei nodded her head, but did not show much interest. In her opinion, Zhao Yui was ranked third in archery, so Zhao Feng could not beat him. Soon, the field had an open space. The crowd had increased to 30 people. We have little sister Yufei here today, so Zhao Yui is obviously going to use all of his skills. All the archers were full of anticipation. Everyone had no doubt that Zhao Yui was going to win. Instead of a contest, this would rather be a performance by Zhao Yui. Come. Zhao Yui called some youths, and they carried 4 targets over. Soon, the 4 targets were arranged in a straight line, placed in front of him. Every target had a distance of 10 meters between them. Since there are so many people here today, I will show off my special move, continuous eagle arrows. Zhao Yui had a face full of smiles. Continuous eagle arrows? The disciples around all had excited faces on. Even Zhao Yufei showed a little interest. Before the crowd, Zhao Yui walked out in front of the 4 targets. Since there were 4 targets arranged in a straight line, using normal archery skills, an archer could only hit the one at the front. Zhao Yui took a deep breath and took out 4 arrows at once. Underscore, is he going to underscore? Everyone was in shock. At this time, Zhao Yui's bow was pulled fully back, forming a crescent moon that faced upwards. 4 arrows were all on the string. Underscore C. Underscore, everyone took a cold breath. Underscore shush. 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 Underscore. 4 arrows rode through the air, formed for perfect arcs, and like eagles, pounced towards their targets. Underscore pa. Pa. Pa underscore. Almost at the same time, the 4 arrows hit dead center on the 4 targets. Oh my God! Everyone screamed at the sight. So arrows can be shot this way. They do not have to fly straight, they can curve. And due to gravity, they will fall on their targets. Zhao Feng's left eye recorded the routes perfectly. The end result made his heart shake. Continuous eagle arrows. It took a long time before everyone finally calmed down. What a high level of archery skill. Zhao Yufei's eyes showed some shock. Thanks for watching. Zhao Yui saw Zhao Yufei's reaction and laughed to himself. Kid, it is your turn. After Zhao Yui finished, all of their gazes turned towards Zhao Feng with eyes full of mockery. No one believed that Zhao Feng's archery skill would compare to Zhao Yui's. Let me think a bit. Zhao Feng picked up a bow, and in his mind, continuous meteorite arrows once again merged with his heart. He analyzed that for him to beat Zhao Yui in some traditional manner was impossible, unless he had an extra few days of time. So he couldn't use normal ways to beat Zhao Yui. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned across the sky, and then over the archery field as he decided on what he was going to do. Okay, I'm going to start now. Zhao Feng slowly took out an arrow. The first arrow. He pulled back an arrow and shot carelessly into the sky. Underscore, what is this guy doing? Underscore, everyone paused. However, just at this time, a sound came from the sky. Underscore, pa. Underscore. A black shadow dropped from the sky. Everyone's eyes turned wide because it was an eagle. This kid's archery skills aren't bad since he can shoot down the bird from the sky so easily. Just little tricks. Zhao Yui had a face of disdain. Indeed, although Zhao Feng did good, it was nothing compared to his continuous eagle arrows. Underscore Peng. Peng underscore. Zhao Feng shot out 2 more arrows. Every arrow he shot killed a bird. Kid, do not show off your crappy skills. Just hurry up and admit defeat, one archer said impatiently. My hand feels good now. Zhao Feng did not bother with him, because he found a feeling just then. Right after, he took a deep breath and used all of his power on his left eye. At that moment, his left eye glowed faint green. Underscore shush underscore. Another arrow shot through the skies, fast as lightning. Underscore to underscore. From the sky dropped another black shadow. Zhao Yui laughed coldly, but did not speak. Oh my God! This arrow shot down 2 birds, an archer exclaimed. Zhao Yui heard that and looked over. Indeed, there were 2 birds there. 1 arrow, 2 birds. Zhao Yui's heart skipped. He never thought that Zhao Feng had such high archery skills. Even Zhao Yui did not have much confidence in doing that. It depended on luck for him. The sparrow's body is small and flies super fast. To shoot 1 arrow and kill both sparrows is on par with Zhao Yui's continuous eagle arrows, one archer said. This is just an appetizer. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. The crowd's heart skipped. Could Zhao Feng still have higher skills? Zhao Feng did not explain, but slowly lifted his bow and shot at a target 50 meters away. What did that mean? No one understood what that meant. 50 meters was 50 paces. To shoot a target 100 steps away, even the center, was nowhere near able to be compared with continuous eagle arrows or 1 arrow, 2 birds. Underscore shush underscore. Zhao Feng's arrows sliced through the air and landed on the target 100 meters out. Peng. The arrow didn't even hit the center. It only hit the outer edge. Zhao Feng wiped his sweat and let out a long breath. Haha, this arrow almost missed the target. The disciples all started laughing. Zhao Yui also laughed. Did Zhao Feng accidentally miss? However, when they looked at Zhao Feng, he had a face full of confidence. Being the judge, Zhao Yufei also had a questioning face. She felt that Zhao Feng's arrow wasn't as easy as it looked. You go over and look, Zhao Feng said full of confidence. The crowd walked over to see the arrow. On the outer edges of a target lay an arrow. It still quivered from the shot. Zhao Feng made an archer pull the arrow. Quickly, the arrowhead was pulled out. Everyone stared at it. On the arrowhead was a pea-sized dead body with traces of blood. What was this? Oh my God, this is a fly. A fly. One of the disciples screamed, shocked. What? Many archers' eyeballs almost popped out from shock. Oh my God, to have 100-step difference and kill a fly. How did he do this? To see a fly 100 steps away is already so hard. The fly also flies randomly. How is this possible? Zhao Yui's face turned white and stared at the fly's body, as if his soul was lost. If he was lucky, he would be able to shoot 2 birds with 1 arrow, but to kill a fly from 100 steps away was impossible for him. The fly was too small. Normal people could not even see the fly from 100 steps away. The archery contest ended there. The winner was decided. The winner of this archery contest is Zhao Feng. Zhao Yufei quickly recovered from the shock and gave Zhao Feng a complex look. This was her first time seriously sizing up Zhao Feng. The youth she saw was confident and had an appeal that surpassed many people of the same age. I can leave now, no? Zhao Feng walked toward the outside. The crowd automatically opened a path for him. Zhao Feng's archery skills subdued them. Even Zhao Yui could not say anything. After he walked out of the archery field, Zhao Feng let out a long breath. Today's archery session benefited him a lot. As soon as Zhao Feng walked out of the archery field, cruel laughter sounded in front of him. Ha ha! Zhao Feng, I finally found you. As soon as the words finished, 3 youths blocked Zhao Feng's way. The youth at the front had thick eyebrows and had a confident face. It was Zhao Kun. Little bastard, last time I lost to you. This time I'm going to make you lose and beg for forgiveness. Zhao Kun licked his lips and his eyes had a certain amount of deadliness in them. This time he was going to beat Zhao Feng fair and square and also humiliate him. Only because he lost to Zhao Feng in 1 move last time and felt humiliated, Zhao Feng found that the 2 helpers Zhao Kun brought were both at the 2nd rank of and were there to stop him from escaping. Sister Yufei, that Zhao Feng seems to have some trouble, one of the girls at Zhao Yufei's side said. At this time, most of the people from the archery field saw the scene that was occurring. Zhao Yui had a gloating expression on his face. However, in front of these matters, Zhao Feng felt no fear and swiftly said, "Make your move." Zhao Kun felt like he had heard wrong. Was this the same Zhao Feng as before? The moment his vision landed on Zhao Feng, his expression changed. No wonder you're so confident. It looks like you've broken through to the 2nd rank of the martial path. However, if that's all you've got, then you'd better start begging for forgiveness now. Zhao Kun felt a little surprised by Zhao Feng being 2nd rank, but it didn't affect his plans. That was because Zhao Feng had reached the 2nd rank very recently, and Zhao Kun himself had reached the peak of the 2nd rank almost a year ago. He also had high-ranked martial arts skills. Please stop chattering. My time is limited, Zhao Feng coldly said. Kid, don't be arrogant. Zhao Kun suddenly turned his 4 limbs and body into a familiar and still weird stance, and like a poisonous snake, lunged toward Zhao Feng. In a flash, Zhao Kun used his 13 changes of the poisonous snake. In terms of speed and power, he far exceeded Zhao Feng. Zhao Kun has probably already trained the 13 changes of the poisonous snake to a low level. On the archery field, Zhao Yufei had a moved and slightly shocked face. Being one of the sect geniuses, she obviously had major support from the sect, and so naturally had access to high-rank martial arts skills. The higher the rank of a skill was, the harder it was to train in it. Once a high-rank skill had been trained to the low level, it would have more power than a middle-rank skill trained to a high level. Underscore what speed. The damage is at least 50% higher than before. Underscore Zhao Feng was also surprised by Zhao Kuan, but his left eye's reaction speed could still see the route of Zhao Kuan's move. Underscore Angry Dragon flipping the river. Underscore Zhao Feng stomped both feet downwards. Under the air pushing breathing technique, he put power into both of his arms. Zhao Kuan suddenly realized that his opponent's power was rapidly increasing. He became more shocked as Zhao Feng put even more power into Angry Dragon flipping the river. The third stance of Angry Dragon fists, Angry Dragon flipping the rivers. At that moment, Zhao Feng was like a dragon as his fists punched downwards. Underscore pa. Underscore. The first punch made Zhao Kuan's body shudder and almost caused him to spit out blood. His 13 changes of the poisonous snake was about cunningness and flexibility. Its forte wasn't in fighting straight on. Zhao Feng's fists felt like they knew where he was going to move and always hit his weak spots. Underscore pe underscore. Using air-pushing breathing technique, Zhao Feng had already trained Angry Dragon flipping the river to high level. Ah! Zhao Kuan was hit by the outstanding power and landed on the ground, kneeling. His arms felt numb and blood was leaking from his mouth. You've lost. Zhao Feng left without another glance at Zhao Kuan or his two helpers. As they fought, Zhao Feng had used his left eye and clearly seen Zhao Kuan's attacking routes. He had also seen some errors in Zhao Kuan's high-rank martial art, which meant that it was yet to be perfected. Zhao Feng felt that Angry Dragon fists and air-pushing breathing technique complemented one another to an unimaginable degree. He could probably beat some third-rank people. How is this possible? My skill is a high-ranked one. Zhao Kuan crawled on the ground and screamed. The whole fight only lasted for 2 breaths. One move. Zhao Kuan lost. The disciples in the archery field looked on in shock. Although they had the same rank, to win in one move was too exaggerated, especially when the loser had used a high-rank skill. As she followed Zhao Feng away with her eyes, Zhao Yufei murmured, I know Angry Dragon fists. It's a powerful move within the sect and could be comparable to high-rank skills, but is very hard to learn. I think he also trains in another skill and used it with Angry Dragon fists, which allowed the power to almost double. Sister Yufei, how did Zhao Kuan lose when his cultivation and skill were both higher? A girl next to her asked. Moves are dead, but people are alive. Zhao Kuan's use of the 13 changes of the poisonous snake was extremely bad, and he has only learned the first 3 moves, which is far off from his older brother Zhao Gan. Also, his battle awareness is nowhere near that of Zhao Feng's. Zhao Yufei then paused for a bit before she said, Also, Zhao Feng has learned 2 skills that are very close to being high-ranked ones and trained them to a very high level. Under the usage of those 2 skills, his strength exceeded that of Zhao Kuan. After the girl listened to Zhao Yufei's analysis, she exclaimed, Zhao Feng is so strong. Haha, apparently Zhao Kuan's brother Zhao Gan is ranked 5th amongst the outer disciples. We just do not know if he will help his brother take revenge. So much trouble. Zhao Feng shook his head and left the martial arts field. It wasn't long before he arrived at an open forest in the sect. He came here to train in the most mysterious footwork skill, Lightly Floating Fairy. Lightly Floating Fairy was, without a doubt, the skill with the highest rank amongst those he had. The problem was that it was partially ruined and was very hard to learn. When Angry Dragon fists and air-pushing breathing technique are used together, the damage is awesome. I just do not know how good Lightly Floating Fairy will be. Zhao Feng was full of expectations. Immediately, he started to meditate on Lightly Floating Fairy. When he concentrated, the faint green glow inside his left eye's pitch-black dimension spun faster and faster. Zhao Feng felt that Lightly Floating Fairy's moves were burned into his mind, which made it easier for him to understand them. It was not as simple to learn as Angry Dragon fists or air-pushing breathing technique. Lightly Floating Fairy is harder to learn than a peak middle rank skill by at least 2 or 3 times. he concluded after he compared the skills. Although it was hard, it did not stump him. Zhao Feng only needed 3 days to understand the first quarter of a light floating fairy at a beginner standard. He only used 6 days to achieve the beginner level. Normal skills had 4 ranks that depended on how well trained one was in it. These were beginner, low, high, and peak level. Beginner level equaled 30% of the maximum power of the skill. Low level equaled 50%. High level equaled 70%. Peak level equaled 90% or higher. Zhao Feng had easily trained Angry Dragon Fist to high level. Lightly Floating Fairy had been trained to beginner level in the same amount of time, but it was only the first quarter of the skill. Zhao Feng's body flashed. His body as light as a bird as he floated 5 meters up in the air. Tung. His feet pushed off the branches and felt fabulous as he flew. At that moment, Zhao Feng was like a bird happily flying through the forest. I have only trained Lightly Floating Fairy to the beginner level, but the speed of it far surpasses most middle-rank skills that have been trained to a high level. It could be seen that Lightly Floating Fairy far exceeded most high-ranked martial arts skills. When there was extra time, Zhao Feng did not forget to slowly decipher the rest of the book. Now he had deciphered half of the total book. The only problem was that it took a lot of mental energy to do so. After Lightly Floating Fairy reached a beginner level, Zhao Feng started to train an Angry Dragon Fist and air-pushing breathing technique again. This was because Lightly Floating Fairy only helped with his footwork and didn't increase his cultivation much, even though it was a high-rank martial arts skill. After training in a high-rank skill, such as Lightly Floating Fairy, and then going back to training Angry Dragon Fists and air-pushing breathing technique, Zhao Feng felt that his movements had become easier and smoother. After 2 days, air-pushing breathing technique had broken through to its 3rd level, and Angry Dragon Fists had reached the peak level. At this time, Zhao Feng closed his eyes and felt the power that coursed through his body. His strength was greater than when he first reached the 2nd rank by more than half. Inside his left eye's dimension, the radius of the faint green glow had extended from 67 centimeters to 98 centimeters. It looks like my cultivation has reached the peak of the 2nd rank. I just need one more step to break through into the 3rd rank. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and controlled his excitement. It had only been half a month since he reached the 2nd rank. This cultivation speed was just too surprising. The thing that made him most astonished was the air-pushing breathing technique as it reached the 3rd level. Once air-pushing breathing technique reached the peak of the 3rd level, there was a chance to understand martial path inner strength, qi, and that was the key point for becoming a true martial artist. Zhao Feng never expected that he would reach the 3rd level of air-pushing breathing technique this fast. This made his strength far surpass the others who were also at the 2nd rank. He could now be compared to a 3rd rank. By only using half a month, Zhao Feng's strength had doubled. All of this was due to the mysterious eye. Zhao Feng believed that his once normal destiny was changing. That night, Zhao Feng started to set his life goals. His first goal was to perform well at the family sparring contest 1.5 months in the future. At that time, he would fairly and squarely beat Zhao Yijian and spar with the true geniuses of Sunfeather City. The change in my left eye grants me a high level of understanding, and the only thing stopping me from becoming a genius in the sect is cultivation resources, Zhao Feng analyzed. Since he merged with his left eye, his mental energy and analysis speed had increased. He also became calmer and steadier. The only problem was how to gain cultivation resources. Zhao Feng's cultivation speed was fast, but it was still hard to break past the peak of the 2nd rank. However, if he had enough resources, this barrier could be easily broken through. Got it. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled, and soon he had an idea. His lips curled into a confident smile. Elder brother, you gotta help me. Zhao Feng is just a lowly branch disciple, and he made me lose face. Zhao Kuan bit his teeth and said with murderous intent. He had lost twice in a row to a branch disciple, He did not have the face to leave his house. Trash. Inside the room sat a slim, leopard-like, short-haired youth. This was Zhao Kuan's older brother, Zhao Gan. Elder brother, I am begging you. You have got to help me. Zhao Kuan was full of fear and hatred. He was afraid of his brother. Ever since he was born, Zhao Gan had bullied him. He felt useless, as Zhao Gan was always better than him at everything. Zhao Gan had now reached the peak of the 3rd rank of the martial path and had already trained the 13 changes of the poisonous snake to the 6th change, which allowed for him to rank in the top 5 of the outer sect disciples. Even 5 Zhao Kuns weren't his brother's opponent. The morning of the next day, Zhao Feng got out of bed early and started to practice Angry Dragon Fists and air-pushing breathing technique. These 2 martial art skills were the ones that Zhao Feng mainly trained in. I still have some way until I reach to the 3rd rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng practiced for half an hour and acted on yesterday's plans, walking towards the money room of the sect. According to the rules, Zhao Feng could get 10 pieces of silver per month. I haven't taken this month's money yet. Zhao Feng soon arrived at the money room. Zhao Feng, 2nd rank of the martial path, branch disciple, monthly money of 20 silver, the accountant said expressionlessly. 20 pieces of silver? Zhao Feng took the money and gave his thanks. After reaching the 2nd rank, his monthly allowance had doubled. Although a monthly allowance of 20 silver could let a whole family eat and sleep without worrying, it was nothing for martial artists. Some expensive cultivation resources that could increase one's cultivation speed and help break through realms easily exceeded thousands of pieces of silver. Any of the resources rich disciples ate casually exceeded 30 years of normal disciples' allowances. 20 pieces of silver. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and, holding his silver, left the Zhao sect's territory and headed towards the market of Sun Feather City. He used to give the money he got to his parents to help them out. This time, however, he did not do that. Instead, he took the silver and left. Soon after, Zhao Feng stepped into Sun Feather City's largest market. A weapons shop in the city. Shopkeeper, how much is this heavy metal bow? Zhao Feng finally decided after taking a long time. This heavy metal bow is extremely powerful. It can shoot up to 150 meters. 20 pieces of silver, no bargaining, the shopkeeper said as he smiled. He had seen the Zhao sect symbol on Zhao Feng's clothes. In Sun Feather City, the Zhao sect, Qiu sect, and the Xian sect were the 3 largest families and had total dominance within the city. 20 pieces of silver. Zhao Feng raised his eyebrow and deeply said, "Can it be a little cheaper?" The shopkeeper smiled faintly. "Fine, I will give you the lowest price, 18 pieces of silver." 15. I am low on money, but when I get more I will double the money and give it to you, Zhao Feng said honestly. 15 pieces? That's probably a bit low. There's almost no profit. The shopkeeper seemed to have a little difficulty, but upon seeing the honesty in Zhao Feng's eyes, he bit his lip. Fine. Hopefully you keep your promise because this shop is also under the Zhao sect's territory. Thank you, Zhao Feng said gratefully. He never realized that this shop was under the Zhao sect. Quickly, Zhao Feng bought the bow at a price of 15 silver and also bought some arrows and food with the remainder of his cash. He had no money left. Hopefully I won't fail, Zhao Feng murmured to himself, and soon after left Sun Feather City. As soon as he left Sun Feather City, Zhao Feng used lightly floating fairy to move. His speed was even faster than most normal horses. 2 hours later, Zhao Feng arrived at his destination, the Sky Cloud Forest. The Sky Cloud Forest was the County of Cloud's biggest forest. Its area extended into over 10 other countries. Being the largest forest of the surrounding countries, the Sky Cloud Forest had many dangerous wild beasts, and near the center of it there were high-level deadly beasts. Deadly beasts were far stronger than wild beasts. They had been affected by spiritual energy and had therefore slowly changed into powerful beings. A few strong deadly beasts could easily destroy a village. Only true martial artists could fight them. Zhao Feng came to the forest, obviously not to try finding deadly beasts as he still wanted to live. His goal was simple, hunting to earn money. Some strong wild beasts inside the sky cloud forest had expensive furs and other materials. A fully grown bear could sell for 200 to 300 silver. However, a fully grown bear's strength far exceed normal second rankers. Only third rankers could win against it. Obviously, Zhao Feng's target wasn't a bear or large wild beast. Although large wild beasts are worth a lot of money, their mass is too big. I cannot carry many back and forth. Zhao Feng had already made his plans. Tongue. His body was like a feather as he used the branches to propel himself forward. Soon, Zhao Feng landed on top of a 100-meter tall tree. This tree was higher than its surroundings, giving Zhao Feng an excellent lookout point. If he hadn't learned lightly floating fairy, being at this height would have made his heart race. As he stood on the tree, Zhao Feng used his left eye to survey his surroundings. Shua. His left eye went into supervision mode. Anything within 10 kilometers was clearly seen by him. Zhao Feng first had to confirm whether there were any dangerous wild or deadly beast around. Soon Zhao Feng understood the situation within that area. There were 20 beasts that threatened him, and only one of them was close to him. Luckily, there weren't any deadly beasts. I'm starting now. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, then slowly pulled out his heavy metal bow. Show. As the bow string trembled, the arrow hit a golden spotted snake 100 meters away below him. C. The golden spotted snake jumped up and hissed in a fearsome manner. However, Zhao Feng's arrow skills were perfect and directly hit its vitals. The golden spotted snake thrashed wildly, but soon died. Golden striped snake, super poisonous beast that can threaten even third rankers. Zhao Feng slightly let out a breath and wiped his sweat off his brow. If they were fighting straight on, the golden striped snake had a high chance of killing him as it was extremely fast and poisonous. However, Zhao Feng had also gained a lot. The snake's teeth and liver were extremely expensive. After killing the snake, Zhao Feng continued to use his left eye to find new targets. Show. Suddenly, Zhao Feng heard a screech in midair. A metal-mouthed eagle, with a wingspan of 1 meter, easily killed a wolf of the second rank. Zhao Feng had a solemn face. The metal-mouthed eagle was called a metal-beak eagle and was extremely famous in the sky cloud forest. Its strength easily exceeded that of normal second rankers, and it flew freely in the air. It had almost no natural enemies. Metal-beak eagles are extremely fast. Its feathers and defense are also strong. It is almost a deadly beast. One would be worth 700 to 800 pieces of silver. Zhao Feng thought as he used his left eye to target the eagle. This time, he took out an arrow coated with poison. The heavy metal bow was soon pulled to its limit. An afterimage was left behind as the arrow pierced through the air, heading towards the flying metal-beak eagle. This arrow was shot using the continuous meteorite arrow skill and followed the route set by his left eye. Screech dash. An angry screech was heard coming from the eagle. Zhao Feng then saw the eagle charge towards him, with the arrow still lodged in its stomach. Not good. Seeing this, Zhao Feng's expression changed, and he quickly used lightly floating fairy to escape towards the underbrush. Although Zhao Feng's arrow had hit the target, it did not hit any vital parts. The metal-beak eagle's reaction, flying speed, and defense all far surpassed that of normal beasts. It was on par with deadly beasts. The arrow had not caused any life-threatening damage. Tongue. Zhao Feng was like an agile bird as he flew through the forest. Nevertheless, his left eye did not forget to lock onto the eagle. Show. Another arrow was shot out. However, although this arrow hit the eagle in the throat, it did not manage to pierce through its feathers. The throat is usually the weakness of normal beasts. From the fact that it did not pierce through, it can be seen that the defense of this eagle is insane. Zhao Feng stalled for a little while and then saw the metal-beak eagle fall towards the ground. This was because the arrows that Zhao Feng had shot contained poison, and it had finally killed the eagle. Zhao Feng let out a deep breath and smiled happily. This metal beak eagle was worth 700 to 800 silver. Adding in the golden striped snake, Zhao Feng's wealth now exceeded 1,000 pieces of silver. He had never possessed such wealth in his entire life. However, the silver I have is still not enough for me to buy precious resources. Although Zhao Feng was excited, he quickly calmed down. For the next 3 days, Zhao Feng traveled around inside the sky cloud forest, hunting. Every time Zhao Feng pulled back his bowstring, a scream of pain would soon follow. 5-poison centipede, extremely poisonous, can be used to make wine and strengthen one's body. Worth 200 silver. Green windbird, strength is around the peak of the 3rd rank. Worth 900 silver. Black-spotted wild pig, strength approaching the 3rd rank. Worth 400 silver. To kill as many beasts as possible, Zhao Feng used lightly floating fairy and continuous meteorite arrows to the highest degree possible. Through these efforts, lightly floating fairy had been trained to low level. His speed probably exceeded all of the sect's 3rd rankers and was now close to the 4th rankers. Continuous meteorite arrows had easily been trained to the peak of the high level. Zhao Feng could not help but think that he was a born archer. If he were to face the metal beak eagle again, he would only needed 1 hit to kill it. For the last 3 days, he had gained a lot. He had killed another 2 metal beak eagles, as well as 8 other different beasts. The beasts I now have are, in total, worth 3,000 to 4,000 silver. Zhao Feng had a satisfied expression on his face as he organized his 2 big bags. On the way back, he still used his left eye to hunt prey. This was because his vision was blocked by trees, so he could not guarantee that there weren't any targets that he would otherwise miss. Roar. A powerful roar came from the north side of Sky Cloud Forest. This roar made Zhao Feng's ears burst with pain. What kind of beast is this? It's so powerful. Zhao Feng quickly used his left eye and saw that, 7 kilometers away, there was a 5-meter-long green-headed tiger king. The green-headed tiger king was bigger than normal tigers by half again and gave off a devastating aura. Its roar caused all the animals within a 10-kilometer radius to tremble with fear. 5 or 6 youths, who had cultivations between the 2nd and 3rd rank of the martial path, were running away in fear. Everyone ran in different directions. The leader of the group was a youth who had a scarred face. He seemed to be 15 or 16 years of age and had reached the peak of the 3rd rank. He held a long sword that could easily cut a tree in half and moved to stall the tiger. Boom. The tiger waved his paws and a tree shattered. The strength of deadly beasts is so dangerous, Zhao Feng thought. Once a wild beast entered the ranks of a deadly beast, only martial artists of the 4th rank or higher could fight them. The strength of the Tiger King could flatten 2 or 3 Zhao Fengs in one swipe. Xian Fei. Watch out, some of the youths yelled. The green-headed Tiger King was heading straight towards the scarred face youth, who had the greatest strength. They're surnamed Xian? Are they disciples of the Xian family, which is also one of the top 3 families of Sunfeather City? Zhao Feng quickly saw the symbols on their clothes, which confirmed his guess. Boom. Everywhere the green-headed Tiger King passed, destruction soon followed, as if nothing could withstand its might. Normal martial learners would probably have died due to fear. Zhao Feng realized that this Xian Fei was extremely strong. He had learned a knife-throwing skill and a footwork skill, and they were both high-rank martial arts. This Xian Fei's knife can easily slice through trees. His strength is probably double that of normal 3rd rank cultivators. He is probably even stronger than Zhao Yijian. Quickly, save Xian Fei. 2 other disciples of the Xian family took out their bows and attacked the green-headed tiger. However, all their attacks did was stall it and disperse the tiger's concentration. The tiger's defense was stronger than the metal beak eagles by 2 or 3 times. So all the attacks that came from cultivators beneath the 4th rank only felt like a tickle. If I can kill this green-headed Tiger King, it will probably be worth around 20 to 30,000 silver, which is the worth of around 40 beasts. Zhao Feng thought out a dangerous plan. Underscore tongue. Tongue underscore. He immediately used lightly floating fairy and closed in on the location of the fight. As Zhao Feng arrived, the 6 disciples of the Xian family were under great pressure. Cracking wind sword. Xian Fei eyes flashed as he used his long sword to stab towards the forehead of the tiger. What a dangerous sword! Zhao Feng saw the entire prowess of the sword. Its power could instantly kill 2 normal cultivators of the 3rd rank. Not even he would be able to block it. He also felt the faint green aura inside of Xian Fei's body. This was the sign that inner strength would soon be formed. Underscore. The sword was able to cut half an inch into the green-headed Tiger King's head, but the force of it made Xian Fei vomit blood. His sword's strength came close to the damage dealt by a 4th ranker. It was even able to hurt a deadly beast. Roar. The green-headed Tiger King howled and then moved towards Xian Fei at even greater speed. Xian Fei had reached the peak of the 3rd rank, and by using his high-rank martial arts skill, he dodged the attack. However, his sword attack also used up a lot of energy, almost falling victim to the tiger's counterattack. Cracking wind sword. Covered with blood, Xian Fei once again used the same move and left another bloody mark on the tiger's forehead. His body was once again sent flying. Roar. The green-headed Tiger King opened its jaws and leapt towards Xian Fei. The latter was exhausted and could not dodge. Xian Fei, the other disciple screamed, but just at this moment, an arrow whipped through the air, straight through the branches and leaves, hitting the tiger. Roar. The tiger mournfully howled. At that moment, every living thing trembled. The Xian disciples looked on in a daze, as one of its eyes had been shot by an arrow. Although the defense of the tiger was strong, its eyes were its weakest part. Because the tiger turned around to find the culprit, Xian Fei was able to escape. However, as it surveyed its surroundings, where was the culprit? So close! Zhao Feng hid behind a towering, ancient tree, which was only 100 meters away from the tiger. As the tiger was trying to find the culprit, the Xian family disciples started to run. However, since the tiger could not find its target, it started to attack in a more frenzied manner. Ah! There was a scream as one of the youths of the 2nd rank was ripped into shreds. This view made Zhao Feng, who wasn't far away, feel cold, just as another of the Xian family disciples were in danger. Another arrow came flying through the air, piercing towards the tiger's other eye. Roar. The tiger roared and then closed its eyes. The arrow was barely able to scratch its eyelids. AI. Zhao Feng sighed as he shook his head. It wasn't that his archery skills weren't high enough. It was because the tiger was on guard, making it hard for the same trick to succeed again. Cracking wind sword. Using the short time gap, Xian Fei quickly powered up another sword attack and hit the same spot as before. Good chance. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he drew more arrows and fired them. Every time he shot an arrow, it would hit the injury on the tiger's forehead. Eventually, the tiger's attack rate slowed down. Firstly, it was because it was severely injured. Secondly, there was poison on the arrows. Weakening rapidly, the tiger turned and ran towards the deep sections of Sky Cloud Forest. Follow. The Xian disciples bit their teeth and vowed to kill the tiger in order to avenge their peers. Although the tiger was severely injured, its speed was not something that cultivators of the 2nd and 3rd rank could catch up to. Only Xian Fei was barely able to catch up, but as he was exhausted, he did not have much spare energy. What a good chance. Where are you going to run? Zhao Feng laughed as he used lightly floating fairy to easily catch up to the tiger. In his eyes, the tiger represented an enormous wealth of 20 to 30,000 silver. That person seems to be one of the Zhao family disciples. The other Xian disciples spotted Zhao Feng, who was chasing the tiger. Xian Fei looked at Zhao Feng's back and murmured, "What a high level of footwork. His speed is no slower than mine when I go full out. His archery skills are not bad either. He's just a guy who fires arrows." He better not let us catch up, or else, another youth, who was at the third rank, said coldly. This youth's strength was lower than Xian Fei. His words were immediately agreed upon by the others. You are right. That kid let us be the bait and fired his own arrows while hiding. Xian Gang. That person saved our lives. Xian Fei shook his head in disagreement. Just at this moment, a few kilometers out, the last roar of the green-headed tigers sounded. The expressions of the Xian family disciples changed. Without even thinking about it, they knew that the tiger must have died. Quick! The youth named Xian Gang charged towards the direction of the sound. Zhao Feng leaned against a tree and breathed heavily. Down below, the 5-meter-long tiger had a few arrows stuck in its forehead. Not long ago, the tiger was a ferocious being. Now, however, it had no life left. Zhao Feng on instinct tried to take out another arrow, but then realized that there were none left. Tongue. Zhao Feng floated towards a corpse and went into deep thought. Schwa. His left eye locked in on the Xian disciples who were now 3 km out. Zhao Feng stood still and did not move to touch the corpse. It wasn't that he did not want to, it was just a bit hard for him to do so. The tiger's body weighed around 3 tons and was hard to move. Also, the tiger's skin was tough to cut. Soon enough, the 5 Xian disciples arrived. Kid, move quickly. This is ours. Xian Gang, who was at the front, arrogantly shouted. He was wary of Zhao Feng's strength at first, but when he saw that Zhao Feng was only a second ranker, he obviously didn't put Zhao Feng in his eyes anymore. Although they had lost 1 person, and Xian Fei was exhausted, they still had 2 people of the second rank and 2 more of the third. Zhao Feng stood his ground and mockingly looked at Xian Gang. He was only wary of Xian Fei. Xian Gang, he saved our lives. We could discuss how to split the tiger, Xian Fei said slowly as he arrived. Zhao Feng looked at him approvingly. Just what I thought. The tiger corpse is this big, and I do not have the tools to cut it, nor the strength to carry it away. Xian Fei had put a lot of power into killing this tiger. They had also lost 1 person. Although Xian Gang was somewhat unwilling, he still agreed. Soon they started discussing how to split the tiger. 2-8. The Xian family will take 8. Xian Gang said with an iron tone. 20% is already too much for this kid. The rest of the Xian family all had faces full of disdain. 2-8? Zhao Feng laughed immediately. Kid, what are you laughing about? I want to hear how much you want to take. 2-8. I get 8. You get 2. Zhao Feng shot back. At first he wanted to split it 50-50, but he did not think that the Xian family would have such an attitude. Don't be arrogant. I'll see how strong you are. Xian Gang laughed and pulled out his sword. Stop. Xian Fei tried to stop him, but it was too late. Illusion wind after image. Xian Fei was like a wind that whirled towards Zhao Feng. It is the high-rank martial art, broken wind sword. That kid is dead now. Xian Gang had already trained the first 6 moves of broken wind sword to the low level. The Xian disciples had sympathetic expressions. Small tricks. Zhao Feng didn't retreat, but instead moved forward. What speed? Everyone, including Xian Fei, only saw Zhao Feng turn into a blur. Not good. Xian Gang's illusion wind after image missed, and Zhao Feng was closing in on him at an insane speed. Angry wind after image. Xian Gang shouted as he used another attack. Angry dragon breaking the sky. Zhao Feng put all of his strength into his fists. The moment he merged angry dragon fists and air pushing breathing technique together, his power more than doubled. What strength! Xian Gang felt as if a volcano was erupting. Zhao Feng's strength almost surpassed the strength of third rankers. A loud explosion sounded as Xian Gang and Zhao Feng clashed. Xian Gang spit blood as he was hit by the first punch. The second punch. Bang! His silver sword was knocked flying. The third punch. Boom! His whole body flew out and left an imprint of him on a tree. What power! So strong. The other Xian disciples stood there dazed. They never thought that someone who had the power of the peak of the third rank would lose in one move to a second-rank Zhao sect disciple. Strong, Xian Fei, who wasn't far away, asked, "May I know your name?" Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng casually took back his fists. "Kid, you were just lucky this time." Xian Gang crawled up from the ground. "I've been fighting the tiger and am exhausted. Next time you won't have such luck." Luck? Zhao Feng gave off a faint smile. Although Xian Gang was injured, Zhao Feng believed that he could still beat him at his peak. The only one he was wary of was Xian Fei. Xian Fei's strength had almost reached the fourth rank. When he used all of his strength, it could even damage the green-headed Tiger King, not to mention third-rankers. Xian Gang, you are not his opponent. Do you not think that you have already lost enough face? Xian Fei slowly turned toward Zhao Feng. Suddenly, his body gave off a frightening fighting will. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. Did Xian Fei already recover? Of course, if Xian Fei did not have 60% of his strength, then Zhao Feng wasn't afraid of him. After being in such a state, it was obvious that Xian Fei had yet to fully recover. Your fist skill has almost reached the peak level, and your footwork is incredible. Next time I would like to spar with you. Xian Fei looked Zhao Feng in the eye, his words full of praise. Sure, we will spar next time. Although Zhao Feng was wary of him, it did not mean that he was scared. Xian Fei's strength was at least on par with Zhao Yijian, who was ranked third amongst the outer disciples. If Zhao Feng could beat Zhao Yijian, then he would have the ability to fight Xian Fei. Soon they finished discussing how to split their rewards. 6-4. Me 6, you guys 4, Zhao Feng said. Okay. Xian Fei was the one that answered, as the other Xian disciples did not have the courage to respond. They were wary of Zhao Feng's strength. Zhao Feng nodded to himself. Giving 40% away was like shooting 2 birds with 1 arrow. First, he did not have any tool to cut or move the corpse, so he just let the others do the work. Secondly, he did not want to make that many enemies before he had enough strength. Imagine if he took all of it for himself. Would that not cause the eyes of the others to go red? The tiger was dissected 1 hour later. Zhao Feng took the most expensive parts and left all of the meat to the Xian disciples. After confirming that he took 60%, he quickly left. The Zhao sect seems to have a new genius. Even Zhao Linlong wasn't as strong as him at the same level of cultivation. Xian Fei said as his eyes followed Zhao Feng. Zhao Linlong, Xian Gang, had an expression of awe. He is one of the 4 geniuses of Sun Feather City. He reached the 4th rank 2 years ago and became a true martial artist. How can this kid be compared to him? The 4 great geniuses were the top youths of Sun Feather City. Any one of them were true martial artists, and they were stronger than other martial artists by far. Do not even mention Zhao Linlong. Even Brother Fei could kill that kid in 1 blow. _ a shop in Sun Feather City that sold bee skins _ black-spotted wild pig, teeth, paws, worth a total of 359 silver. Gold-spotted snake, worth 420 silver. 5 poison centipede, worth 210 silver. The shopkeeper expressionlessly calculated the prices. Metal beak eagle. The face of the shopkeeper changed. The metal beak eagle was a beast that had almost entered the ranks of deadly beasts. Its defense was strong and was hard to catch. Even some cultivators of the 4th rank could not catch them. Due to this, the price of metal beak eagles exceeded that of other beasts of the same rank. Metal beak eagle, 3 of them, worth 1,100 silver, the shopkeeper said after pausing for a second. 1,100 silver? Zhao Feng was a little shocked. The eagles were worth more than he thought. Soon, apart from the green-headed Tiger King, the rest was totaled up. A total of 5,850 silver, the shopkeeper said. 5,850 silver. Zhao Feng's heart sped up. His monthly allowance was only 20 silver. He had never carried more than 100 silver on him. Even then, the most expensive materials from the green-headed Tiger King had yet to be added in. How about this? I will give you a total of 5,000 900 silver. The shopkeeper had a cunning face. Sure, Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered to talk, so he agreed. Zhao Feng quickly received his money, all in silver notes. Oh yeah, do you guys take parts from deadly beasts? Zhao Feng didn't leave immediately after completing the exchange. Could it be that you have deadly beast parts? The shopkeeper's eyes floated towards the last bag in Zhao Feng's hands. Yep. Zhao Feng slowly opened his bag, showing the parts of the green-headed Tiger King. Immediately, a powerful aura came from the bag. Green-headed Tiger King, the shopkeeper exclaimed as he looked disbelievingly at Zhao Feng. He couldn't imagine how a measly second ranker was able to kill a deadly beast. It was known that a deadly beast could fight against true martial artists. There were even rumors of deadly beasts destroying whole villages. We had a total of 7 people. It took us a while to kill it, and even then we lost someone. Zhao Feng's words seemed to comfort the shocked shopkeeper. Facing the materials, the shopkeeper's eyesight looked at the Zhao symbol on Zhao Feng's clothes and finally gave a price. 16,000 silver. As he gave the price, the workers in the shop took a cold breath. It was their first time hearing such a high price. The shopkeeper did not dare to trick Zhao Feng as he came from the Zhao sect. The Zhao, Xian, and Qiu families were the 3 biggest powers in Sunfeather City. No shop could open up without their permission. Deal. Zhao Feng smiled. He seemed calm, but was laughing inside. Soon, Zhao Feng took his 20,000 silver and left the shop. I can now go buy some resources to help me break through to the 3rd rank. Zhao Feng headed towards the weapon shop that he had gone to a few days ago. Kid, you're here again? A few days ago, Zhao Feng was low on money and technically half borrowed and half paid for the heavy metal bow. _pa_. Zhao Feng put his hand on the table. Here's 100 silver. Thank you for your help that day. 100 silver? The shopkeeper was surprised as he never thought that Zhao Feng would be so honest. Zhao Feng had said he would pay back double, but this was over 10 times the amount. The shopkeeper smiled as he took the silver. Although he was the shopkeeper, he did not own the shop. 100 silver was half his yearly income. After paying back the money, Zhao Feng didn't leave, but looked around more. My heavy metal bow's strength is too low. Zhao Feng wanted a new bow. He used his left eye to inspect the weapons on the wall. Soon his eyes stopped on a silver longbow. The silver longbow gave off a cold aura while also giving off a deep calm feeling. How much is it for this bow? Zhao Feng asked. You have good eyes. This bow is called Mysterious Silver Bow and is one of the most powerful weapons in the shop. Only true martial artists that are proficient in archery can use it to its fullest potential. Its price is 1,080 silver. He did not think that Zhao Feng could afford it, but still acted politely. 1,080 silver? That's not very expensive. I will buy it, Zhao Feng stated. The mysterious silver bow was made out of great materials and was better than his heavy metal bow several times over. Are you sure you want it? Not borrow it. _pa_. Zhao Feng stacked up a heap of silver and pushed it towards the shopkeeper. Quick, I do not have much time. What? The shopkeeper never thought that Zhao Feng was so rich. A few days ago, he had bought a bow worth only 15 silver. Sure. The shopkeeper nodded as he took down the bow and put it in a beautifully carved box. Zhao Feng also bought 100 arrows that were worth 3 silver each. After exiting the weapons shop, Zhao Feng went to the city's biggest medicine shop. The Medicine Pavilion is this city's largest medicine shop. The owner is very mysterious, and it has chain stores in the 13 countries around here. Even the 3 big families of Sunfeather City are afraid of its strength. As soon as he came to the store, he heard a familiar guy's voice. Zhao Feng found a boy and girl not far away. The one speaking was a youth clothed in purple who gave off a frightening aura. It's them, Zhao Feng sighed. The duo were Zhao Yijian and Zhao Shui. Brother Feng, Zhao Shui said surprisingly as she saw Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng nodded his head in response, and then walked into the medicine pavilion. Just him. He has the right to enter the medicine pavilion. Any item from the pavilion is worth a few years of his income, Zhao Yijian said disdainfully as he looked at Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Shui did not speak, She knew that with Zhao Feng's background, it would be very hard to take out a few hundred silver. Compared to Zhao Yijian, whose father and grandfather were both cultivators higher than the 4th rank, held middle-high positions in the sect, their wealth was not comparable. Ignoring the two, Zhao Feng walked into the medicine pavilion and started to search for resources that would help his cultivation increase. 3rd rank of the martial path is when the body becomes stronger. In this direction, the blood plant is incredibly good. It can consolidate one's foundation and even help some cultivators understand inner strength. Zhao Feng thought about it and then confirmed his needs. Out of all the plants, the blood plant was of the biggest use for martial learners. Blood plants were split into many categories. The ones that were older had better use, but were also more expensive. 100-year-old blood plant, 500 silver. 200-year-old blood plant, 1,200 silver. 300-year-old blood plant, 3,000 silver. 500-year-old blood plant, 10,000 silver. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned through the price list. Obviously, the older it was, the better it was. Of course, the limits of martial learners were blood plants that were 500 years old. Brother Yijian, if I had a 200-year-old blood plant, I might be able to reach the peak of the 2nd rank in half a year. Zhao Shui's voice came wandering through. That is not possible. At most, I can only buy you a 100-year-old one. I have been trying to learn inner strength and need expensive materials to help me, Zhao Yijian said. Although he was rich, he could not spend his money recklessly. A 100-year-old one is okay as well. Zhao Shui smiled faintly. Just at this moment, a voice emotionlessly said, "Shopkeeper, give me 2 200-year-old blood plants and a 300-year-old one." This voice gained the attention of many people. It's him. Zhao Shui saw Zhao Feng, who was not far away, and her heart leapt. A 300-year-old blood plant? He is probably boasting. Zhao Yijian laughed coldly. He would not believe that a normal branch disciple could afford a 300-year-old blood plant. 2 200-year-old blood plant and a 300-year-old blood plant. A total of 5,400 silver. The shopkeeper gave his price. In front of their eyes, Zhao Feng took out his silver and successfully exchanged it with the shopkeeper. This scene made Zhao Yijian's smile freeze. Ow! How is this possible? Zhao Shui had a disbelieving, dazed look. Shopkeeper, can I also get 3 bottles of high-level healing pills, as well as 3 bottles of high-level blood recovery pills? Zhao Feng bought some other medicine, which were all high-level, spending another 1,000 silver. After the exchange, Zhao Feng waved at Zhao Shui and left in a cool manner. When replying, Zhao Shui had a forced smile and did not look Zhao Feng in the eye. After leaving the medicine pavilion, Zhao Feng didn't return to the Zhao sect. Instead, he went to an inn. He first calculated the silver he had left, a total of 12,000 silver. I will leave this silver for later use. Zhao Feng understood that a cultivator's path needed a huge amount of resources. That night, he closed his eyes and slowly used the air-pushing breathing technique. Inside of his left eye, the faint green glow had increased from 60 cm to 75 cm. Zhao Feng confirmed that he had reached the peak of the 2nd rank and just needed half a step more to reach the 3rd rank. I wonder how strong this medicine will be. Zhao Feng was full of expectation as he ate a blood plant that was 200 years old. Soon, Zhao Feng felt an enormous amount of strength appear in his body that was chaotic. What a strong herb! Zhao Feng fully used the air-pushing breathing technique and absorbed the medicine. Because Zhao Feng had never used such precious herbs before, he thought that it was extremely strong. The next morning, Could this be? Zhao Feng felt himself bursting with energy. All of his muscles and bones were full of power. Pa. He casually waved his fist and hit out with a force of 700 kilograms. Breaking through to the 3rd rank was easier than Zhao Feng thought. He first thought that, even with the help of the 200-year blood plant, it would still take him at least 2 days to break through. If everyone had the same effect, then cultivators at the 4th rank or higher would be worth nothing. Soon he figured out the reasons. First, he had never taken any herbs before, therefore he could absorb the herb to a high degree. Secondly, the air-pushing breathing technique had reached the 3rd level, which made Zhao Feng's strength reach the 3rd rank, even while he was at the 2nd rank. Thirdly, Zhao Feng felt that his body was slowly changing after merging with his left eye. Zhao Feng calmed down soon as he realized that many others in the Zhao sect had already reached the 3rd rank at his age. He could only be considered talented, not a genius. Take Zhao Yufei, for example. She had reached the peak of the 3rd rank 2 months ago and had already almost learned inner strength, which meant that she had the strength of a quasi-martial artist. I am probably at the same level as Xian Fei and Zhao Yijian. However, I did not have confidence in winning against them. After all, Xian Fei and Zhao Yijian had learned high-rank martial arts skills and had trained them to at least a low level. For the next 2 days, Zhao Feng consolidated his cultivation. While he was training in the air-pushing breathing technique, he realized that there was a low humming sound. Zhao Feng empowered his left eye and discovered that there was a faint green and red glow forming between his blood and skin. Air-pushing breathing technique is nearing the peak of the 3rd level. My strength is not any weaker than Zhao Yufei or Xian Fei, who have quasi-martial artist strength. Once air-pushing breathing technique reached the peak of the 3rd level, he would have the chance at understanding Qi. Most people had to be half-step martial artists to reach this step. Even most peak 3rd rankers could not do this. After he consolidated his foundation, Zhao Feng left the inn and headed towards the Zhao sect. As for the other 2 blood plants, he did not plan to use them anytime soon. As soon as Zhao Feng left the inn, a beggar wearing torn clothes turned and ran away from him. The beggar arrived at a restaurant and reported to a youth clad in silver. "Master Ixen, he has come out." "Okay, here's your promised silver." The youth had a cold smile. As Zhao Feng turned into an alleyway, he heard footsteps thundering closer from behind him. _Tong So dash underscore. 2 or 3 shadows flipped over the wall and pursued him from behind. "Who's there?" Zhao Feng immediately turned around. "Kid, leave 10,000 silver and we'll let you go," 3 disciples of the Xian family said as they surrounded Zhao Feng. The one that spoke was the youth in silver. "Xian gang." Zhao Feng immediately recognized the youth. The 3 disciples in front of him had all reached the 3rd rank, and Xian gang had reached the peak of the 3rd rank. 10,000 silver? Just you 3? Zhao Feng said indifferently as he stood straight. He had spent near 10,000 silver in Sun Feather City and still had 10,000 left. These people obviously planned to take it all for themselves. "Kid, I'm warning you, do not be too arrogant. I was injured the last time, that's why you won. Today we're going to have payback for the losses we had back in Sky Cloud Forest. That day you took 60% of the tiger's worth, while 1 person from our sect died." One of the Xian disciples had greed and unwillingness in his eyes. "Stop speaking such nonsense. We'll take him down quickly in case some accidents happen," the youth on the left said as he kicked toward Zhao Feng. Immediately, the 2 others followed suit. "Ha! A bunch of trash." Zhao Feng laughed as he jumped 7 meters off the ground and landed on top of the wall of the mansion. He had easily dodged the 3 frenzied attacks. "Don't let him run away." Xian gang roared and was the first to leap toward Zhao Feng. "Run." Zhao Feng looked mockingly at Xian gang as he immediately used the air-pushing breathing technique and lightly floating fairy, leaving behind an afterimage in the air. Not good. Xian gang felt an unbearable pressure coming from his side. _pa dash underscore. Xian gang, who was in midair, barely managed to block 1 punch. _wa underscore. Although he blocked it, the force still made him smash into a stone wall and cough out blood. This kid's strength has probably reached quasi-4th rank. I cannot even take one of his hits. Xian gang felt his eyes go black and immediately warned his peers. Xian Chin, watch out. However, before he finished warning them, there was a scream coming from his left. "Ah!" Another youth had his bones broken. "Run!" The last Xian disciple was scared out of his wits and tried to run. However, before he could escape, a whistling sound came from behind. _pa underscore. He felt his eyes turn black before he could even see the attack. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng had learned a high-rank martial arts skill, and when used, could be compared to martial artists of the 4th rank. I will let you off the hook this time. But if you anger me again, Zhao Feng looked coldly at Exine Gang and then, like a bird, floated away. What incredible strength and speed, the youth next Exine Gang said dazedly. This Zhao Feng has just reached the 3rd rank and already has the strength of a quasi-martial artist. Zhao Feng's strength, right now, could be compared with Exine Fei's. After finishing off Exine Gang and company, Zhao Feng returned to the Zhao sect. A few disciples that were familiar with Zhao Feng were surprised by his cultivation level. When did Zhao Feng reach the 3rd rank of the martial path? They all knew that Zhao Feng's strength was only at the 1st rank 20 days ago. I heard that Zhao Feng and some Exine family disciples killed a green-headed tiger king yesterday, and he then stole over half of the spoils, one well-informed Zhao disciple said. One deadly beast is worth 20 to 30,000 silver. This kid's definitely bought some super expensive herb that increased his cultivation. What is so amazing about using outer help to increase one's cultivation? Those people usually have lower strength. These disciples were all either envious or disdainful. Zhao Feng never thought that the information would reach the sect so fast. Not bothering with these people, Zhao Feng walked on. Soon he arrived at his home. He first saw his mother, Zhao, sure sewing clothes. Father, mother, here is 1,000 silver. Zhao Feng walked inside the room and took out a stack of silver notes. 1,000 silver? Zhao sure stared as she picked up the notes. How did you get so much money? Zhao Tianyang asked in surprise. When he saw that his son's cultivation had reached the 3rd rank, a strange glimmer passed through his eyes. It happened like this. Zhao Feng then told them a simplistic story of what had happened in Sky Cloud Forest. After listening to the story, Zhao Tianyang and Zhao Shi had a tinge of disbelief in addition to their excitement. After all, Zhao Feng did not use to perform so superbly. However, being parents, they obviously wanted their children to be successful. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged in his room and surveyed the chamber. There is still 1 more month until the family sparring contest. If I can become an inner disciple, my parent status and treatment should become a bit higher. Closing his eyes, Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the pitch-black dimension inside his left eye. The faint green ring had extended to 3 feet. When Zhao Feng was at the 1st rank, the green ring's length was 1 feet, and it was 2 feet when his cultivation reached the 2nd rank. Now it was 3 feet as he reached the 3rd rank. As the green ring grew, Zhao Feng found that the power of his left eye increased with it. He could see every item in detail at a range of 15 kilometers. His mind's energy and reaction speed had also significantly increased. Zhao Feng started to decipher lightly floating fairy once more. Soon there was less and less of lightly floating fairy left undeciphered. 1/3 left, 1/4 left, 1/5 left. Night came. Just as Zhao Feng was exhausted, the last bit of lightly floating fairy was deciphered. At this moment, Zhao Feng held his breath as he viewed its contents. This footwork skill can even... His exhaustion was replaced by ecstasy. It will be unsurpassed by anyone under the 7th rank, and is a peak speed skill for all those under the 9th rank. Below is the contents of the air crossing breathing technique, and the minimum requirements are being at the peak of the 3rd rank of the martial path, as well as possessing inner strength. As the last 10th of the skill was deciphered, Zhao Feng released his excitement. He never thought that a skill, such as lightly floating fairy, would have a complementary skill. This was technically buffing lightly floating fairy to an ever higher level. Zhao Feng could now confirm that lightly floating fairy was at least a peak rank martial arts skill. Most people knew that martial arts were split into core, low, middle, high, and peak. However, this did not mean that peak ranked martial arts skills were at the top. There were rumors of holy martial skills, skills that surpassed peak ranked martial arts skills. Likewise, there was the holy martial path above the 9 ranks of martial path. Zhao Feng had heard that to enter the holy martial path, one needed to learn a holy martial skill. Obviously, with Zhao Feng's status, he couldn't even think about holy skills. Even the true martial artists of Sun Feather City could not touch the level of the holy martial path. Underscore tonight. Underscore Zhao Feng had finally deciphered its contents, and the entire lightly floating fairy was displayed. If I can gain an understanding of Qi right now, any opponent under the 4th rank will not be a match for me. Zhao Feng immediately started to learn the contents of lightly floating fairy. Once lightly floating fairy entered the beginning stages, Zhao Feng could immediately start using Qi. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng had only just understood some parts of lightly floating fairy. However, to try and understand Qi through lightly floating fairy alone was still a bit difficult. Sunfeather City had thousands of cultivators who had reached the peak of the 3rd rank, but many of them would never understand inner strength and reach the 4th rank. Even some of the sect's talented youths, such as Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yufei, had been stuck for a while and had yet to succeed. Zhao Feng ended that night with failure. Don't rush. I have just stepped into the realm of the 3rd rank, and if I can train the air-pushing breathing technique to the peak of the 3rd level, I believe that my chances of success will increase. The 2nd day, Zhao Feng once again started to train in the air-pushing breathing technique, as well as Angry Dragon Fists. On the 3rd day, the air-pushing breathing technique was slowly moving towards the peak of the 3rd level. Zhao Feng felt that his body strength had reached a limit now. Every time he repeated the technique, he felt as if he had reached his peak. He once again tried to condense Qi, but again resulted in failure. Every time he failed, his strength would fall in exhaustion. Although Zhao Feng understood the air-crossing breathing technique, to actually successfully form Qi was an entirely different matter. However, Zhao Feng did not give up, and every time he tried there would be subtle improvements. On the same day, Zhao Feng received a written notice. Underscore tomorrow noon, there will be a very powerful martial artist giving a lecture on the martial arts field. Underscore every outer disciple received this news. An open lecture on the martial arts field? Maybe it was because the family sparring contest was only 1 month away, but the outer disciples all started to put in more effort as well. Zhao Feng was very anticipatory of this lecture. He had only been at the Zhao sect for half a year, and this was the first time he had this kind of chance. Underscore morning of the next day. Underscore although it wasn't noon yet, there were already a lot of Zhao sect disciples here. Zhao Feng even saw many strong outer disciples that weren't usually seen. Look, those are 2 of the top 3 outer disciples, Zhao Yufei and Zhao Yijian. Even Zhao Guang, who is ranked 5th, is here. The main focus of these people were those at the peak amongst the outer disciples. At the Zhao sect, there were over 1,000 youths from the age of 13 to 18. Over half of them had cultivations of the 2nd rank. Obviously, when Zhao Feng first came, he was indeed the bottom. On the field, those that held the most attention were those that ranked in the top 10. The most focused on person was Zhao Yufei, who was 15 years of age. Her beauty stood out amongst the crowd. She wasn't just pretty, she also had great talent and was ranked 3rd, tied with Zhao Yijian. Look, that is Zhao Yu who is ranked 1st. There was a buzz as Zhao Yu appeared. Zhao Feng did not even need to find him as the crowd split apart by itself. Through the pathway came a youth, 16 or 17 years of age. He wore azure-colored clothes and had a simplistic face. He is Zhao Yu. It was Zhao Feng's first time seeing Zhao Yu. He had only heard rumors about him before. Zhao Yu is older than most disciples, being 17 years old. This was because once someone became 18 years old, they were considered adults and could no longer be counted among the younger generation. Zhao Yu often cultivated endlessly inside his own room, so it wasn't common for him to be seen by others. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eyes locked onto Zhao Yu, and he felt the tremendous pressure coming from him. Although their ranks were the same, Zhao Feng could feel the pressure that being emitted by Yu. Zhao Feng also perceived the immense strength hiding in Zhao Yu's muscles. Because Zhao Yu is older, this meant that he had cultivated longer and had the best foundation. In terms of strength, he was definitely ranked 1st. No wonder he was worthy of the title of being the strongest outer disciple. Zhao Feng couldn't find any flaws on him. As Zhao Yu appeared, Zhao Yijian, who was ranked 3rd, and Zhao Guang, who was ranked 5th, showed their fighting intent. There wasn't much difference in strength between the top 5 outer disciples. There was still a bit of time before the lecture started. Soon, there was another shout. Zhao Gan's here. Zhao Gan? The person ranked amongst the top 5. The gazes of many disciples turned towards a certain direction. The person arriving was a short-haired youth whose body was as slim as a leopard. Zhao Gan. Zhao Feng felt that the name was familiar. Soon he remembered that this person was Zhao Kuen's brother. And sure enough, behind Zhao Gan came a familiar figure, Zhao Kuen. Zhao Kuen had also spotted Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng saw him walk to his brother and say something. And Zhao Gan spun around, and his cold eyes locked onto Zhao Feng. "You're that Zhao Feng?" Zhao Gan said expressionlessly as he walked over. Underscore Hua. Underscore there was a shock that went through the crowd. What is going on? Why would Zhao Gan trouble someone who is so unknown? Unknown. Someone shook his head and mocked. Zhao Feng is not some unknown brat. A few days ago, he killed a green-headed tiger king by accident. Oh, it's him. I heard that he beat up Zhao Gan's little brother. I bet you Zhao Gan is coming for revenge. After a short discussion, the crowd soon calmed down. Most of the disciples had playful looks on their faces, as Zhao Gan was tied for 5th among the outer disciples. At this moment, even Zhao Yu, who was ranked 1st, Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yufei, who were equally ranked 3rd, looked over. Zhao Yijian had a gloating expression on his face. He knew Zhao Gan's strength quite well. Zhao Shui, who was next to Zhao Yijian, sighed, but after remembering how Zhao Feng had acted in the medicine pavilion, her soft expression was replaced by coldness. On the other side, Zhao Yufei had an interested face. Zhao Feng's performance at the archery field had shocked her. As a result, Zhao Feng was now one of the main focuses on the field. "Kid, today you're going to get humiliated in front of the crowd." Zhao Kuen's lips curled into a smile. Zhao Gan walked step by step, and every step he took caused the atmosphere to tense up. "Yes, I am Zhao Feng." Zhao Feng showed a faint smile as he sized up Zhao Gan. Zhao Feng neither retreated nor gave way. Instead, he faced off against Zhao Gan. This sight shocked many other disciples. When did Zhao Feng break through to the 3rd rank? Zhao Kuen and company finally realized Zhao Feng's change. Even Zhao Shui, who was standing next to Zhao Yijian, was stunned. Oomph. Just a useless piece of trash using outside helped to break through. "These people are especially vulnerable," Zhao Yijian said disdainfully. "Maybe," Zhao Shui answered. "Zhao Feng, you're stronger than I imagined. No wonder you could beat my brother." Zhao Gan praised Zhao Feng as he stopped 2 steps away from him. "Stop praising me. You're here to take revenge for your brother, I presume?" Zhao Feng faintly smiled. "Yes." Zhao Gan swiftly continued. "Although my brother is a useless piece of trash, he's still my brother." Zhao Kuen's face turned ugly as Zhao Gan spoke. This brother of his never gave him face to anyone. Zhao Gan continued. "You are younger than I and have just reached the 3rd rank, so I won't bully you. If you can live past my first 10 moves, then I will let this off the hook." "Sure." Zhao Feng was a bit surprised by how Zhao Gan acted. Zhao Kuen's brother was not as arrogant as he had imagined. The two faced off on a piece of spare land on the martial arts field. It is starting now. Zhao Gan's aura suddenly became cold, and his 4 limbs started to bend like a poisonous snake. 13 changes of the poisonous snake. Some of the disciples knew the history of the skill. As Zhao Gan's opponent, Zhao Feng felt a strange chill. While both brothers had learned 13 changes of the poisonous snake, Zhao Gan could give him great pressure. Second change of the poisonous snake. Zhao Gan struck like a snake towards Zhao Feng's head. Zhao Feng only felt a chill coming toward his head. The opponent's speed and power was double that of Zhao Kuen. It was good that his left eye could still easily see the route of Zhao Gan's attack, so he put up a fist to block. Underscore pa. Underscore. Zhao Feng threw off Zhao Gan with his punch, but he felt that the opponent's body was like butter. Zhao Gan twisted on the ground, and then used explosive speed and power to charge back toward Zhao Feng. No wonder he is worthy of being the 5th best outer disciple. He had the sensation that his opponent wasn't a person, but a deadly, cunning snake instead. Underscore pa. Pa, pa, underscore. Zhao Feng had a solemn look on his face as he faced off against Zhao Gan. In this short amount of time, Zhao Feng had almost lost many times. I wonder how far I can go without using my left eye. Zhao Feng was very calm. Once he used his left eye, his reaction speed and vision increased dramatically, so it would not be any challenge for him. Of course, without using his left eye, Zhao Feng's reaction speed had already surpassed other martial learners of the same rank. At the beginning, Zhao Feng was under great pressure. However, as the fight continued, he honed his experience and battle prowess in this fight against Zhao Gan. Underscore pa. Pa. Bong underscore. The two shadows fought together on the field. The two of them both used close battle skills, and the speed they fought at was extremely fast. Zhao Feng's strength is stronger than I imagined. It has already been 5 moves. A few of the other disciples felt that this was unbelievable. His improvement is so insanely fast. Zhao Xue's breathing rate started to increase. Not far away, Zhao Kun kept wiping the sweat off his forehead. He thought that with his brother's strength, he would only need 2 or 3 moves to take Zhao Feng down, but the latter had unexpectedly improved so much. Soon it was the 6th move, 4th change of the poisonous snake. Zhao Gan's movements became like the sea. They churned, jumped, and wrapped around Zhao Feng. As the 4th change began, Zhao Gan's damage increased dramatically. Zhao Feng felt the pressure increase and remembered that Zhao Kun had only learned the first 3 forms of 13 changes of the poisonous snake. Zhao Gan, however, had learned the first 7 changes. Every successive change was harder to learn, but the damage would likewise increase dramatically. Zhao Feng felt as if his opponent had no bones and that he was coming closer and closer. Underscore Sha. Underscore. Zhao Feng, on instinct, used lightly floating fairy to pull away from Zhao Gan. Close combat was the forte of 13 changes of the poisonous snake. Even Angry Dragon Fist was difficult to use against it. Underscore Tongue. Tongue underscore. Zhao Feng, in terms of speed, was absolutely faster than Zhao Gan. The 8th move, the 9th move, the 10th move. The two shadows split apart as the disciples who were watching held their breath. You have won. Zhao Gan looked deeply at Zhao Feng and seemed helpless. He then turned around and left, leaving a crowd of shocked disciples behind. Thank you for going easy. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. He did not use all his strength in this fight, especially his left eye. He also did not use lightly floating fairy or the air-pushing breathing technique to their highest potential. He had 2 reasons for this. First, he wanted to see how strong he was without the use of his left eye. Second, he wanted to leave some hidden cards for the family sparring contest. The result was very obvious. When he restrained himself from using these things, he was on par with Zhao Gan. Obviously, Zhao Feng could not confirm if Zhao Gan had left some hidden moves either, as the two of them had only exchanged 10 blows. When did he get so strong? A few of those who were familiar with Zhao Feng now stared at him with their eyes open. Zhao Kun was even more exaggerated. He opened his mouth like a wooden chicken. Big brother, if you cannot beat him in 10 moves, you can still beat him up for me, Zhao Kun said as he caught up to Zhao Gan. You better give up. Even if there were no restrictions, I cannot beat him either. His speed is too fast for me. Zhao Gan shook his head. How is this possible? Zhao Kun knew that his brother did not lie. It wasn't his attitude. He won. Zhao Xue's body turned rigid as she gave a complicated look at the youth not far away. That youth seemed especially handsome, taller than ever before at this point. This kid actually has a few tricks, Zhao Yijian said, looking on coldly. But he only fought against Zhao Gan for 10 moves, while Zhao Gan has already lost to me long ago. Zhao Xue let out a breath as she heard Zhao Yijian's words. She did not understand why she was so afraid of Zhao Feng becoming strong. The stronger he became, the more conflicted she felt. After the sparring match, the field resumed to its original state. This was because it was nearing noon and the powerful martial artist would be giving a lecture soon. Coach Chun is here. The crowd suddenly became excited. Zhao Feng followed everyone's gazes and saw the tall and muscular man slowly walk onto the martial arts field. That is Coach Chun. Zhao Feng secretly opened his left eye and saw that there was a faint yellow glow being emitting from his blood. The inner strength was pushed every time he let out a breath, creating an unseen pressure. Why did powerful people have a different aura and create unseen pressure? Zhao Feng now understood a bit through looking at Coach Chen. Every step Coach Chen took and every glance he made created pressure. This aura belonged to martial artists. Any martial learner under the 4th rank might not even have the courage to attack him. So strong, the disciples had faces of awe and fear. How many martial learners on Green Flower Continent wanted to have the title of martial artist? Even Zhao Feng was similar. However, his goal was not limited to this. His goal was martial master, those that had the 7th rank or higher, and even the rumored holy martial path. Today I'm going to talk about how the skills for martial learners of the 3rd rank or lower should be used. I will also be talking about my experience of inner strength. Coach Chen's voice was deep, but not loud. However, even those that were a few hundred meters away could hear him clearly. After hearing experiences of inner strength, Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yufei, and Zhao Yu had their eyes brighten. Underscore inner strength of the martial path. What a coincidence! Underscore Zhao Feng became very expectant. The first 3 ranks are known as the body ranks and have the title of martial learners. The 4th to 6th ranks are known as martial artists, and the 7th to 9th ranks are known as martial masters. Everyone who is a martial master has a high status. Even the Zhao sect does not have many of them. Coach Chen simply explained about the 9 ranks of the martial path. Every 3 ranks have a huge gap between them. Zhao Feng's mind drew a simple diagram. First 3 ranks, strengthen the body and set up a good foundation. 4th to 6th rank, form inner strength or qi. Every move and action far surpasses the power of martial learners. 7th to 9th ranks, upgrading inner strength to transformation strength, which can attack through the air. There were rumors in Cloud Country of big martial masters, those who had reached the peak of the 9th rank and had the title of 10,000-man army, who could easily kill their enemies. In their eyes, normal martial artists and deadly beasts were ants. First, we will talk about the 1st and 2nd rank of the martial path. Through martial art skills, we strengthen our body and blood. Coach Chen first talked about the foundation of the first 2 ranks. Many of the disciples on the field had already reached the 3rd rank, so they did not pay much attention to this. Zhao Feng paid close attention, as he had been at the 1st rank of the martial path for a very long time, and the 100 or so martial art books in his mind were now viewed differently. He suddenly remembered the first skill he learned, flaming metal fists. Slowly, the moves, experiences, and skills faded out of his memory. Zhao Feng was shocked, as he did not know what this meant. The only thing he knew was that flaming metal fists had reached past the peak level. He did not realize that he had accidentally entered a meditational state. These states were rare, even for geniuses. Next, we will talk about the skills of the 2nd and 3rd rank and how to execute them. Coach Chen didn't just speak, he also showed how to practice them. Being a true martial artist, any moves Coach Chen showed were all middle-ranked martial arts trained to the peak level. Even if Coach Chen used the power of the 3rd rank and middle-rank martial arts, he could still easily beat the top 10 disciples. Lastly, I will be telling you tricks about inner strength. A few of you have already reached the peak of the 3rd rank and are just a bit away from entering the 4th rank. As Coach Chen spoke up, his lips curled into a smile. The top 10 outer disciples had all reached the peak of the 3rd rank. Even I cannot fully explain how qi works. The key point is how each of you understands inner strength. All I can do is give you some of my experiences. Coach Chen's voice turned low. Just as he finished his sentence, he gave off a frightening aura. At that moment, all the Zhao sect disciples were unable to breathe properly. The unseen pressure flooded over all the martial learners. What strength? Is this inner strength? If I had that, I could try to break through to become a true martial artist. The crowd held their breaths as they looked on in awe. Inner strength is, after all, a type of power that forms from within one's body. Thus, strong blood is the key point in forming inner strength. and the strength of one's blood depends on how strong one's body and bones are. This is also why the first 3 ranks are known as the power ranks. They provide a solid foundation to be built on, Coach Chun said as he demonstrated. Rock-breaking palm. A faint yellow glow emitted from the center of his palm. Underscore, pa, dash, underscore. Before the palm even hit the ground, the force from the palm had already arrived. That palm's power, filled with inner strength, was like a mountain that came crushing towards the disciples. The aura alone could make the martial learners yield. Underscore, plop, underscore. 3 disciples of the second rank who stood at the front fell onto the ground. Oomph. I can see that your foundation is weak. The wind from my palm has already made you fall. If it was someone in the 7th rank or higher instead of me, you guys would have already been crushed into pieces. Coach Chin shook his head. As he was explaining and demonstrating, one youth was like a sculpture that didn't move. After Coach Chun finished his demonstration, the youth closed his eyes. Inner strength is like that. Zhao Feng closed his eyes. In his mind, the picture of a person's body once again came up. At a certain point, a faint yellow glow came from inside the blood. When Coach Chun was demonstrating earlier, Zhao Feng had used his left eye to get a better look. His eye had caught every subtle change in Coach Chin's body, including how chi was formed. In his mind, this scene was now being replayed back and forth. Maybe Coach Chun himself could not understand the changes in his body so precisely. Next, Coach Chin demonstrated some of his own experiences again. Every time he demonstrated, Zhao Feng would use his left eye to observe. While the other disciples could only hear the reasoning, Zhao Feng could fully see how it was formed. Half an hour later, Coach Chin's lecture ended. You cannot force inner strength. To form chi, you must have good talent and a solid foundation. Coach Chin shook his head as he left. It was obvious that he did not have much hope in these outer disciples. If his explanation could make 1 or 2 of them understand inner strength, it would be unexpected. After Coach Chun departed, most of the disciples were left with questioning faces. After all, inner strength could not be described. It was different for everyone. The disciples that ranked highly had gained some insights. Zhao Yu, who was ranked first, and Zhao Yijian sometimes had expressions of thought and sometimes expressions of happiness. Zhao Yufei's eyebrows were slightly fluttering. As for Zhao Feng, he closed his eyes while standing still. Inside his mind, the memory of Coach Chun performing was replayed over and over. Underscore, a while later, underscore. Zhao Feng let out a breath as he hurriedly returned home. Underscore, bang, underscore. As soon as he got home, he closed the room and sat down cross-legged. I have finally understood how inner strength works. Inside his mind, the last pages of Lightly Floating Fairy came up once again. According to the air-pushing breathing technique, if he trained it to the peak of the 3rd level, he would have the foundation to form inner strength. He spent the rest of the day fully absorbing the insights he had gained. At night, Zhao Feng performed the air-pushing breathing technique a few times to confirm that he had reached the peak of the 3rd level. It is starting now. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as he slowly tried to form his chi. Following Lightly Floating Fairy, Zhao Feng slowly pushed his blood together. Compared to the air-pushing breathing technique, the standards of Lightly Floating Fairy were much higher. Soon Zhao Feng's blood passed through his body. Everything went smoothly. However, just at the end, Zhao Feng felt like he had no energy left. The reason was because, while Zhao Feng's blood was strong, he was lacking in quantity. In terms of blood strength, he could be compared to Zhao Yu, but in terms of quantity, he was still a ways off. Zhao Feng had not reached the peak of the 3rd rank, and the way in which Lightly Floating Fairy formed inner strength was harder than most other skills. If I fail, my blood will fall into a period of weakness, and it will be harder for me to form it next time. Zhao Feng grit his teeth as he took out a 200-year-old blood plant. Underscore who underscore. Zhao Feng sucked in a breath as the energy from the blood plant merged into his bloodstream. Underscore Wang underscore. At the last moment, Zhao Feng felt the blood rushing within him. Underscore huh. Underscore. A shout as loud as lightning sounded within the room, causing the windows to rattle. The room became dark due to the fact that the candle had been blown out. Under the moonlight, there was a youth full of anticipation who slowly opened his palm. A beautiful faint green glow appeared. At this moment, he only needed one thought to emit a faint green glow from his palm. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. This was the first thread of inner strength that Zhao Feng had formed. He had never thought that his dream would be so close to him. Once someone formed their first thread of inner strength, the bottleneck to the fourth rank would be almost non-existent. For Zhao Feng, it was now only a matter of time. He only needed to reach the peak of the third rank, and he would be able to step into the fourth rank, becoming a true martial artist. There are no other outer disciples in the Zhao sect that have formed their first thread of inner strength yet. Not even Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian. When Zhao Feng realized that, he had a satisfied expression. Being able to form qi at the third rank meant that he was unstoppable for his cultivation level. The 200-year-old blood plant cannot go to waste. Zhao Feng felt that his body still had remnants left from the blood plant, so he formed a few more threads of qi. Inner strength was one's strength compressed into a higher level. To consolidate his qi, Zhao Feng meditated for 1 day and 1 night. The moment he stepped out of his room, he felt that every breath of his could instantly conjure great pressure. Zhao Feng's parents were also aware of this. Fenger seems a bit different. It seems he has more energy nowadays. Zhao sure smiled. It is time for his growth spurt. His father, Zhao Tianyang, even felt a faint pressure emanating from Zhao Feng. Their feelings were not wrong. These changes indeed did occur to Zhao Feng. After merging with the mysterious eye, Zhao Feng's blood had started to slowly change. The most obvious point was his strength. It had increased at a rapid rate. His height and mental energy were also growing. Adding on the change of his heart state, his whole aura had changed. Even my parents can see that I have changed. This means that martial artists can easily see that I have formed inner strength. Zhao Feng went into deep thought. There was still 1 month left until the family sparring contest, and his goal was to enter the top 3. I need a way to hide my qi. Soon, the 100 martial arts skills popped up in his mind. He quickly chose a skill named Hiding Air Technique. The Hiding Air Technique was not a combat skill. It could not even increase one's cultivation. The reason why Zhao Feng picked it up before was because it was a peak middle-ranked martial art, the same level as Angry Dragon Fists. If Hiding Air Technique was trained to the low level, it could hide one's inner strength and cultivation. When it reached the high level, one could control one's aura. When it reached the peak level, one could erase one's aura, which could be used for tracking and spying. Even a dog would be unable to smell one's presence. Zhao Feng began to train in the Hiding Air Technique on the same day. Although it was a peak middle-ranked martial art, it was easy for the Zhao Feng to train in it. Using just half a day worth of time, Zhao Feng had already trained the Hiding Air Technique to the low level, which meant that he could now conceal his inner strength. Even true martial artists of the 4th rank or higher would be unable to find out that Zhao Feng had inner strength. According to the book, one needs at least a few months to train it to the low level. Zhao Feng was slightly shocked, but then he thought about how he had even learned lightly floating fairy, which was a high-rank martial art. Since the Hiding Air Technique was now at the low level, Zhao Feng could now openly walk around. After a few more days, it was the time for signing up for the family sparring contest. Fenger, you can sign up for the family sparring contest now. Do not forget to register, Zhao Tianyang warned him. Okay, I will go right now. Zhao Feng was very confident. Zhao Tianyang nodded his head. You have already reached the 3rd rank. You should be able to reach the top 100. Top 100? Zhao Feng laughed as he shook his head. His parents did not have much confidence in him. Zhao Feng felt certain that if he could not place first, he could still place in the top 3. Soon after, Zhao Feng arrived at the registering place. The family sparring contest was held once every 3 years, and the sign-up time was 1 month before the contest itself. There were many other disciples lining up when Zhao Feng arrived. Did you hear? This year's rewards are extremely good, one Zhao disciple said. Rewards? Tell us. No wonder you are an inner disciple. A few surrounding disciples had interested expressions as they looked towards the inner disciple. Their discussion caught Zhao Feng's attention. He looked at the inner disciple who had a cultivation at the peak of the 3rd rank. From the aura he released, his strength was at least on par with Zhao Gan. No wonder he's worthy of being an inner disciple, Zhao Feng thought. Any random inner disciple has such strength. Those that become one of the top 50 will become inner disciples and will have the chance to enter the 2nd floor of the martial arts library and choose a high-rank martial arts skill. They will also receive a 300-year-old blood plant. Those that reach the top 20 can choose 2 high-ranked martial arts skill and will get 2 300-year-old blood plants. The inner disciple paused. Whoa, 300-year-old blood plants. The sect is spending a lot of money for this year's contest. High-rank martial arts skills. Normal disciples will probably never even learn one. The disciples around seemed shocked by the news. Even Zhao Feng felt excited. A 300-year-old blood plant was worth 3,000 silver. Obviously, the fact that they got to enter the 2nd floor of the martial arts library was more exciting to him. If I get the chance to go inside the 2nd floor of the martial arts library, I can take out a large amount of high-rank skills. Zhao Feng was full of anticipation. The inner disciple continued. The top 10 can choose 2 high-rank martial arts and will also get a 500-year-old blood plant. 500-year-old blood plant. Many disciples rubbed their palms together as they thought about it. One 500-year-old blood plant was worth 10,000 silver. Apparently, the top 3 can choose a peak rank skill, 2 high rank skills, and will also get a Yun blood pill. Peak rank martial art. Yun blood pill. Someone who trained a peak rank martial art could cultivate up to the 9th rank of the martial path. As for the Yun blood pill, it was a precious pill that helped increase one's cultivation. This type of precious pill was worth over 50,000 silver. What does first place get? Someone asked. You are right. Usually first place gets an extra reward, a few Zhao disciples said. First place will definitely have extra rewards, but even I do not know what that is. The inner disciple shook his head. The disciples felt disappointed. However, because they did not know, they felt more intrigued to find out. After waiting for a long time, Zhao Feng finally arrived at the registration place and took a badge. The badge had a number of 188 on it. The Zhao sect had a few hundred disciples entering the contest. According to the rules, there were only 50 spots for inner disciples under the age of 18. This meant that some inner disciples may be eliminated and then replaced by the newer generation of disciples. Therefore, this contest was very cruel. After signing up, Zhao Feng returned home to work even harder. Days passed. The time for the family sparring contest grew closer and closer. 20 days before the family sparring contest started, there was already an estimated ranking list. And the person who ranked first was an inner disciple who was the genius of the Zhao sect, Zhao Linlong. Zhao Linlong had reached the 4th rank of the martial path 2 years ago. He was ranked 3rd in the last contest. At that time, he wasn't even 15 years old. Now, he was one of the 4 geniuses of Sun, Feather City. There was no doubt that he was the strongest. In 2nd place was Zhao Qi, 3rd place Zhao Han, 4th place Zhao Qin, 21st place was Zhao Yu. When Zhao Feng saw this, he drew a cold breath. Zhao Yu, who was first amongst the outer disciples, did not even reach the top 20 of the inner disciples. Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yufei were respectively ranked 38 and 40. As for Zhao Gan and Zhao Guang, who were both ranked in the top 5 amongst the outer disciples, they were ranked overall as 49th and 53rd. The ranking had a total of 100 people. Zhao Feng kept on looking. Finally, at the second to last place on the list, Zhao Feng finally found his own name. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile. I'm getting pumped up for this contest. Those that could rank in the top 100 were all considered talented in the sect. After all, there were over thousands of youths between the ages of 12 and 18 in the sect, and at least 500 of them had entered the competition. If Zhao Feng had not merged with the mysterious eye, he would not even have the right to enter right now. There are still 20 days left. I need to use my time wisely. Zhao Feng headed straight home to prepare for the competition. The time of the family sparring contest was coming closer and closer. All of the Zhao sect youths were under a tense atmosphere. Many disciples even broke through under this pressure. This was the result that the Zhao sect's higher level wanted. After Zhao Feng returned home, apart from consolidating his inner strength, he kept on training in Angry Dragon Fists. Up to now, Angry Dragon Fists was Zhao Feng's most powerful attack skill. Half a month ago, he had trained Angry Dragon Fists to the high level. Now his Angry Dragon skill had reached the peak level. The peak level represented 90% or higher of the skill's maximum damage, which was nearly 50% stronger than it had at the high level. Up to now, Zhao Feng had never heard of any other outer disciples who had trained a middle rank skill to peak level. There was still half a month left until the contest. Zhao Feng put even more energy into cultivating. His key focus was the air-crossing breathing technique, as it helped with inner strength. To further his cultivation, Zhao Feng even used his 300-year-old blood plant. Since he had already formed the first few threads of inner strength, his cultivation had increased at an insane speed, and he easily broke through to the peak of the 3rd rank. He was only half a step away from entering the 4th rank. Zhao Feng let out a long breath. He had trained his body to its maximum potential. There's still 3 days left. I wonder if I can reach the 4th rank, Zhao Feng murmured. The Zhao sect's most favored genius, Zhao Linlong, had apparently reached the 4th rank 2 years ago. For the next 2 days, Zhao Feng tried to reach the 4th rank, but failed at both of his attempts. This was within his expectations. My chi and body strength is still far away from reaching the 4th rank. Zhao Feng soon found the reason. The first 3 ranks of the martial path talked about a solid foundation. If the foundation was not solid, it would affect the realms later on. And for the past 2 months, Zhao Feng had broken through at extreme speed, which made his foundation unstable. Zhao Feng knew this and did not forcibly try to reach the 4th rank. Soon there was only 1 day left. The family sparring contest will start tomorrow. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, and a faint green glow appeared as he opened his palms. Having inner strength, he could instantly kill a cultivator of the 3rd rank. Now, his strength was not that of a quasi-martial artist anymore. It was that of a half-step martial artist. A quasi-martial artist could easily defeat a normal 3rd rank in 1 or 2 moves, and would even be a threat towards deadly beasts such as the green-headed Tiger King. However, once one reached the point of half-step martial artist, one's strength exceeded that of a quasi-martial artist considerably. Zhao Feng could now even exchange a few blows with the green-headed Tiger King. The biggest difference between him and martial artists was not body strength. Instead, it was the amount of his chi. That night, in a certain garden in the Zhao sect, Jiang, a sword was drawn from its sheath and created illusions in the air. The sword's owner was a youth clothed in purple. The power of his sword had reached a frightening level. His casual strikes could be compared with Xin Fei's cracking wind sword, which could kill cultivators of the 3rd rank in 1 move. Ijiner, not bad. You have already trained the high-rank skill cold-flowing sword to the high level. Out of the outer disciples, it is probably only you who have trained a high-rank martial art to the high level, a middle-aged man said, smiling. The purple-clothed youth was Zhao Yijian, who was ranked 3rd amongst the outer disciples. It looks like the 1st place amongst the outer disciples will be changing soon, and Zhao Feng, that bug, will be crushed under my feet, Zhao Yijian said coldly. When he mentioned Zhao Feng, his sword suddenly executed 5 different blows. The strength he used would even shock true martial artists. Ijiner, your eyesight is limited. Do not just think about the outer disciples. The middle-aged man shook his head. Your true opponents are inner disciples. With your strength, you can easily make it into the top 20, but you'll be making me blush if you could make it to the top 10. Yes, father. I am 70% sure that I can make the top 10, Zhao Yijian said confidently. In another building in the Zhao sect, Yufei. The preliminaries are starting tomorrow. How confident are you? A one-armed old man asked as he smiled. Do not worry, grandfather. I have complete confidence that no one amongst the outer disciples is my match. Zhao Yufei's face glowed warmly as she smiled. You need only worry about Zhao Yijian. As for Zhao Yu, his forte is defense, so he should not be able to threaten you, the one-armed old man analyzed. Zhao Yijian? Maybe. Zhao Yufei was incredulous. Being one of the sect's geniuses, there was no one who could enter her eyes. However, she did not know why that youth kept appearing in her mind. That person was not even ranked in the top 10 amongst the outer disciples. Also, if you enter the finals and meet Zhao Linlong, who is ranked first, do not be stubborn. After all, he is the most powerful one amongst the Zhao sect's youths, the old man warned. Underscore at the same time, in a magnificent structure, underscore. Goner, Kuiner, both of you have to perform well in this year's contest. Especially you, Goner. Your strength has reached that of a quasi-martial artist. With that, you should aim for the top 10, an arrogant voice sounded. Yes, father. With my strength, even Zhao Yu, who is ranked first amongst the outer disciples, is not my match, Zhao Gan said casually. Zhao Kuan, who was standing next to him, said, Zhao Feng, I have reached the 3rd rank now and have trained the 13 changes of the poisonous snake to the first 6 changes. I will beat you at this contest. Even some of the elders were anticipating the coming event. Countless of Zhao's sect disciples were rubbing their palms together for tomorrow's fight. Everyone were waiting for the chance to change their destiny. Underscore the morning of the next day, underscore. Just as the sky turned bright, a lot of people came into view as they gathered at the Sky Marshal Field, an important area of the sect. Many of those who arrived were Zhao sect disciples, and a few of them had middle or high positions in the sect. The top 3 outer disciples, Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Yufei, had also arrived. Even Zhao Feng was here. This was his first time entering the Sky Marshal Field. As time passed, the disciples that arrived increased. However, most of them were outer disciples. There were not many inner disciples that showed up. The Sky Marshal Field had 10 stages, all over them with a surface area of 100 meters. Zhao Feng did not find it weird as there would first be preliminaries. The preliminaries started with the outer disciples. 50 outer disciples would then face off against the other 50 inner disciples. The point of this was to eliminate the weak outer disciples, leaving just the elites behind. This meant that the inner disciples did not need to enter the preliminaries. They only had to wait for the final tournament that was half a month later. Finally, around 20 inner disciples came by. These inner disciples had interested expressions as they looked towards the outer disciples. There are a few strong outer disciples. I wonder how many inner disciples will be eliminated. I think only the top 3 have a chance of becoming inner disciples, the inner disciples discussed. Look, Zhao Qin, who is ranked 4th amongst the inner disciples, is here. The crowd went dead silent. She was one of the main focuses of the inner disciples. She had a clear face and a quiet attitude. As Zhao Feng inspected the girl with his left eye, he found out that she had inner strength that was weaker his own. Martial artist. This Zhao Qin has reached the 4th rank of the martial path. Zhao Feng sucked in a cold breath. Although he knew that the inner disciples had incredible talent, it was higher than he expected. If Zhao Qin, who was ranked 4th, already had a cultivation of the 4th rank, then how strong would Zhao Linlong, who was ranked 1st, be? I heard that Zhao Qin's strength is only weaker than the strength of Zhao Linlong, Zhao Han, and Zhao Qi, and that is one step below the 4 great geniuses of Sun Feather City. 1st place, Zhao Linlong. 2nd place, Zhao Qi. 3rd place, Zhao Han. None of them are here. Zhao Yu, who was 1st in the outer disciples, felt his expression turn ugly. It was obvious that none of them felt that it was worth watching the matches of the outer disciples. Their strength and rank had reached an unwavering point. Perhaps they would only be seen at the final tournament. Half an hour later, a voice sounded throughout the field. The family sparring contest starts now. Today is the preliminaries, and only the outer disciples will participate. Only 50 of the 522 people will proceed to the final tournament. The field went quiet. The first round, group elimination. The contestants will be split into 10 groups. spread over the 10 stages. Now we will start splitting the groups. Under the sect's guidance, the outer disciples were split into 10 different groups. Number 188, 7th stage. Zhao Feng dutifully headed towards the 7th stage. The rule was that, out of every stage's contestants, 10 people would be chosen out of the 50-ish people to proceed to the next round. For example, Zhao Feng's group had 52 people, and only 10 of them would proceed to the next round. Using his left eye, Zhao Feng scanned across the 10 groups and realized that the group splitting was rigged. The most obvious result was that the top 10 disciples were all in different groups. For example, Zhao Yu, who was first, had been sent to the first group. Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yufei were sent into the second and third groups, respectively. This meant that the top disciples would not meet too early on. Every group has an even spread of strong and weak disciples. This means that there will not be many youths that will advance through luck. Zhao Feng nodded his head in agreement. Next, Zhao Feng started to survey the ones that threatened him most. The strongest was Zhao Qinggang, who was ranked 7th amongst the outer disciples. Zhao Qinggang stood tall as his peak of the third rank aura spread out. To be able to rank in the top 10 amongst the outer disciples meant that they had their own forte. Zhao Feng was taken aback when he felt a familiar person in Group 7. It was a beautiful figure clothed in white. "Brother Feng," Zhao Shui said as she looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng nodded in response. "Little Shui, it is all right. Brother Yijian told me to beat up Zhao Feng and make him be unable to achieve a good result." Zhao Changgang, who was ranked first out of the group, said as he walked toward Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui was going to say something, but stopped herself from doing so. She did not know why she did not want Zhao Feng to achieve a good result. The tournament started. 13 versus 65, 48 versus 355, 179 versus 24. The judges' voices sounded in each group. The first few rounds ended quickly. The judges were all from the sect and had rich experience. For those matches that were one-sided, the judges could always quickly make the correct decision. For example, Zhao Chungang defeated his opponent in one hit. 188 versus 24. It was finally Zhao Feng's turn. Tongue. His body swiftly landed on stage. 24 was a youth with a cultivation of the second rank. His eyes showed fear when he realized that Zhao Feng was at the third rank. Slamming wind palm. The slightly fat youth grit his teeth and attacked with all his might. The skill he used was at the middle rank and used speed to try and win. Flaming metal fists. Zhao Feng casually waved his fist. The moment he used his fist skill, the expression of the judge on the 7th stage changed. This was because Zhao Feng was using a core rank martial art skill. Pa. As they exchanged blows, the slightly fat youth was sent flying. Number 188 wins, the judge said. Because Zhao Feng's opponent was not strong, he did not receive much attention. This kid is so arrogant. Using a core rank martial art, the disciples below sniggered. Number 188 versus number 66. Soon, it was Zhao Feng's time to go up again. There was a rule in each group. Once one lost a total of 10 matches, one was eliminated. The matches would not stop until there were only 10 people left. But if one could win 20 matches in a row, one would automatically be promoted to the second round. Zhao Feng's second match was against a horse-faced youth who had a cultivation at the peak of the second rank. Flaming metal fist. Zhao Feng did not even think as he hit the vital parts of the opponent. Pa. The horse-faced youth cringed as he fell head over heels to the ground. He used a core rank martial art again. The Zhao sect disciples looked on disdainfully. Number 188 wins. This was already Zhao Feng's second victory. However, for the next 2 matches, Zhao Feng still used the core rank martial art. 4 wins in a row. This brat's way too arrogant. Does he think he is unbeatable by using a core rank martial art? His opponents aren't even strong. Once he faces someone of the same rank, it won't be that easy, the disciples below sniggered. Number 188 versus number 47. Finally, At the 5th round, Zhao Feng's opponent was someone of the 3rd rank, who was also ranked in the top 5 in his group. Zhao Kuei. Beat that kid, someone shouted. Many were already dissatisfied with Zhao Feng. Kid, this is as far as you go. Zhao Kuei's muscular body stood in front. His immense strength was all compacted in his muscles. He normally just had to stand there, and the second rankers would admit defeat due to the pressure. There were a total of around 60 people who had reached the 3rd rank amongst the outer disciples. Therefore, a 3rd rank was considered to be powerful in the groups. Use all of your skills. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. He did not put normal 3rd rankers in his eyes. Ha. If you got guts, keep on using that core rank martial art. Zhao Kuei laughed and, like a lion, pounced toward Zhao Feng. Lion King's anger. Zhao Kuei compacted all of his strength into his body. Most peak 3rd rankers would not even face off against him. Not bad. See if you can block my move, Flaming Metal Fist. Zhao Feng actually still used core level martial arts. Flaming Metal Fist again? The disciples watching almost fainted. _who_. A loud thump sounded from the 7th stage, and a scream soon followed. _boom. Zhao Kuei's massive body lay on the ground, with a few of his teeth broken. What? The crowd below stared at this scene. Number 188 wins. Even the judge felt that it was unbelievable. He again won with a core rank martial art. 5 wins in a row. This was slapping the disciples' faces on purpose. Core rank martial art. How is this possible? Zhao Kuei walked off stage, his face green. After beating Zhao Kuei, Zhao Feng's matches became easier. 5 wins, 6 wins, 7 wins in a row. All those under the 3rd rank admitted defeat when they saw him. The only other person with the same record as him in Group 7 was Zhao Qinggang. It looks like this kid has trained the core ranked martial art to the peak level. No wonder it is so powerful. Wait until you meet me. Then I'll let you have a taste of high-level martial arts skills. Zhao Qinggang laughed coldly. Zhao Feng and Zhao Qinggang had become known as the duo eagles of the 7th stage, as they both had not lost one match yet. 7 wins, 8 wins, 9 wins, 10 wins in a row. Who do you think is stronger, Zhao Feng or Zhao Qinggang? I think Zhao Qinggang is a bit stronger, but Zhao Feng is not weak either. He's a black horse. They had 2 people with the same streak, unlike the other groups where there was just a single dominant figure. For example, all the opponents Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian faced all conceded. Zhao Yijian's strength was too powerful. Every move he took could kill his opponent. Only Group 7 had the duo eagles. Many were excited and looked forward to the clash between Zhao Feng and Zhao Qinggang. In Zhao Feng's 12th match, he met a familiar person. It was Zhao Shui. This was an awkward opponent for him. Little Shui, admit defeat, Zhao Feng said calmly. Zhao Shui had barely managed to reach the peak of the 2nd rank. She obviously wasn't his match. Even Zhao Yijian, who was in Group 2, looked over to see what was going on. Admit defeat? Never. Zhao Shui bit her lip as her expression turned stubborn. She would never allow herself to admit defeat in front of Zhao Feng. When they were at Greenleaf Village, Zhao Shui had loved Zhao Feng, thinking he was the most talented youth there was. However, after entering Sun Feather City, she realized that Greenleaf Village was so tiny in comparison. Being a weak young woman, she could not adapt to the cruel new environment, so she made a hard decision to climb onto Zhao Yijian, who was ranked 3rd. Zhao Shui would never allow herself to admit defeat to her first love that she had thrown away. Fine. Zhao Feng shook his head helplessly. Floating wind hand. Zhao Shui was like a wind that merged into that palm and came straight toward Zhao Feng's head. Floating wind hand was a martial arts skill at the peak of the middle rank and was suitable for women as it used softness to break hardness. In terms of martial arts skill rank, floating wind hand was the same as his angry dragon fists, but it could restrain the latter from using its fullest potential and even restrain flaming metal fists as well. Flaming metal fist. Zhao Feng did not move and simply threw out a punch. _pa. The fist and palm intertwined together. Suddenly, Zhao Shui groaned and started to fall. _AI_. Zhao Feng gently sighed and tried to help Zhao Shui stabilize. After all, they had grown up together, and he could not bear to see her being injured. Pointed wind finger. The moment Zhao Feng held Zhao Shui, the latter's eyes flashed coldly, and her jade-like fingers sliced at Zhao Feng's chest. This scene caused many disciples to scream in fear. At such a close distance, Zhao Feng could not dodge at all. Oomph. Zhao Feng's expression turned angry, and his body suddenly burst with power, sending Zhao Shui flying. _plop. Zhao Shui screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood as she landed on the ground. Number 188 wins, the judge said while looking disdainfully at Zhao Shui. It was obvious Zhao Shui's actions did not please him. Shuer. Zhao Yijian came running over. Zhao Feng coldly walked down the stage. He had never thought that Zhao Shui would attack him under those conditions. Kid, we'll meet later on. I'll give you a personal experience of shame. Zhao Yijian coldly said. I'll be waiting. Zhao Feng turned and left without bothering to look at Zhao Shui. He then heard Zhao Shui say in the background, Brother Jian, you've got to take revenge for me. After beating Zhao Shui, Zhao Feng had won 12 matches. 12 wins, 13 wins, 14 wins in a row. Zhao Feng's record steadily increased. His core ranked fist skill wiped out everyone opposite him on the 7th stage. Only Zhao Chenggang in the 7th stage still had the same record as him. There are still 6 matches left until I can enter the next round. At the 15th round, Zhao Feng met Zhao Chenggang, who was ranked first in the group. The duo Eagles were now facing each other. The atmosphere on the 7th stage had reached a climax. They are finally meeting each other. The disciples of the 7th stage let out deep breaths as they grew more excited. Even some of the contestants from the other stages looked over at the 7th stage in anticipation of the fight. The judge of the 7th stage let out a smile. Kid, I've finally met you. If you've got skill, then keep using your core rank fist skill. Zhao Chenggang licked his lips as his eyes showed a tinge of playfulness. In terms of strength, Zhao Chenggang was ranked in the top 10 amongst the outer disciples and had learned high-ranked martial arts, 3 ranks higher than core rank martial arts. Why not? I will keep on using my core rank fist skill, Zhao Feng agreed calmly. What? He was still going to use the core rank fist skill? The crowd all inhaled cold breaths. Did this kid eat the wrong medicine? Way too arrogant. Does he think that just by using a core rank fist skill alone, he can beat the whole group? Still using a core rank fist skill. The judge's face twitched. Even from the judge's point of view, he thought that Zhao Feng was being way too arrogant. His opponent, Zhao Chengang's smile froze. It was like he had been slapped. Especially in the 7th group, almost all of them hated Zhao Feng. Oomph. This guy is way too arrogant. Zhao Chenggang, take him down. The disturbance caused others to look over. Core rank martial art? That is a bit interesting. A quiet girl smiled as she looked on with interest. She was Zhao Qin, who was ranked 4th amongst the inner disciples. Being an inner disciple, Zhao Qin did not need to enter the preliminaries. With her cultivation, she could beat everyone present. Even when compared to Zhao Yu, their difference was too large. Fine. I will see how strong your core ranked martial art is. Zhao Qingang's face was deadly. His opponent's words were slapping his face. Flowing wind fist. Zhao Chenggang pushed down his anger and used the high-rank skill Flowing Wind Fist. This fist skill used strength and speed to overpower the opponent. Its attack was like a raging storm. Zhao Qingang's strength was well within the crowd's expectations. His power was approaching that of a quasi-martial artist and did not disappoint them. However, most of them were more focused on Zhao Feng. Facing the outer disciple ranked 7th, would he still use core rank martial arts? Zhao Feng used his actions to prove what he said. Flaming Metal Fist. The simple punch gave off a red glow. It was core martial arts again. It is Flaming Metal Fist again. He is still using core rank martial arts. The Zhao sect disciples were shocked. A lot of them had thought that Zhao Feng was just joking and that he wasn't going to do it. However, the truth was he was even crazier than expected. Kidfall. Zhao Qingong's eyes were spitting fire as his two fists came crushing toward Zhao Feng. The power contained inside his fists made many Zhao sect disciples shout out. Normal third-rank cultivators won't even be able to take this one punch. Not bad. His flowing wind fist has reached the low level. It is obvious that he has trained hard. Even some of the older generation nodded their heads. Underscore pa. Underscore. The two figures clashed together, fist against fist. Go down. Zhao Qinggang pushed his flowing wind fist to the max. If he used a high-rank martial art and couldn't take down Zhao Feng in 2 or 3 moves, then how would he be able to get a foot in amongst the top 10 outer disciples? Open. Zhao Feng was calm. His fist seemed to be alive and easily blocked Zhao Qingong's fist. Underscore boom. Underscore. The burn on Zhao Qingong's fist made his hand go numb as he was pushed back 2 steps, while Zhao Feng only trembled but did not move. How is this possible? Zhao Qinggang was shocked. He had thought that he could take down Zhao Feng in one punch, but in reality, he was casually blocked by a core-ranked martial art. What is going on? The Zhao sect disciples around paused. I did not believe it. It was an accident. It accidentally hit the weakness of my move. Zhao Qinggang howled as he again pounced forwards using flowing wind fist. Underscore pa. Underscore. Once again, Zhao Qinggang was pushed back. Although the first 2 moves were even, Zhao Qinggang was being constrained. It really is a core martial art skill. How did he do that? How can a core rank martial art gain the upper hand while facing a high rank martial art? The Zhao sect disciples were confused. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Every time, Zhao Qinggang was pushed back. When 2 people of the same rank fought, it was normal to have one side gain the upper hand. However, using a core rank martial art while fighting against a high rank martial art was unheard of. What was going on? Zhao Qinggang turned crazy as he used all of his power. Many looked towards the judge and the older generation of the sect. Zhao Feng's battle awareness and skill far surpasses Zhao Qingong's, the judge said uncertainly. His analysis didn't satisfy the people. This kid has trained a core rank skill to perfection. An old voice sounded from the center of the crowd. It was an old man who had a white beard. It was the contest's main judge. Perfection? A few judges quickly nodded their heads. Everyone knew that the higher the skill level, the more damage was dealt. However, this was not the case for everything. For example, when one trained a low-rank martial art to the high level and another trained a high-rank skill to the low level, the high-rank martial art would not be as powerful as the low-rank martial art. Normally, the levels were beginner, low, high, and peak level. Peak level meant that it had reached 90% or higher. Normally, someone training a martial art to the peak level was already very rare. However, peak level did not mean that it was the limit. Above peak level was perfection. Perfection meant that the skill had been trained to at least 99% of its fullest potential. It could be said that it could not get any better. Although it seems like there is a small difference between perfection and the peak level, the gap is insanely huge. The difference is even bigger than the difference between the low level and the high level. The main judge smiled faintly. But even so, Zhao Feng should only be able to fight on par against Zhao Qinggang. One martial artist still did not understand. After all, high-ranked martial art skills were 3 levels higher than core-ranked martial art skills, and Zhao Qinggang had trained the high-rank martial art to the low level. You are right. The highest level of a core-rank martial art can barely fight on par with the low level of a high-rank martial art. But as you can see, Zhao Feng's body strength, reaction speed, battle awareness, and so forth all far exceed that of Zhao Qingong's, the main judge praised. Through his explanation, the crowd now fully understood. Just at this moment, the battle on the 7th stage was changing. Zhao Feng starting to attack now. Oh my god, what a fast speed. Underscore pa. Pa. Bong underscore. The audience's eyes were attracted to the 7th stage, only to see Zhao Feng's defense turn into offense. His fists had already surpassed the realm of what flaming metal fists could achieve. His speed and power all struck at his opponent's weaknesses. Zhao Chenggang, who was in a frenzied state, instantly faltered and was hit by one of Zhao Feng's punches. _pa_. Zhao Chenggang gave a scream as his shoulder was ripped out of its socket. Number 188 wins. The judge of the 7th declared hurriedly as he let out a breath. _Hua. The 7th group went into an uproar. Zhao Feng beat Zhao Chenggang by only using a core ranked martial art. Unbelievable! Zhao Chenggang was ranked first in the group. Zhao Feng had won his 15th match. This meant that he was now the strongest in Group 7. At this moment, Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian, and Zhao Yufei all looked over. Perfection? When the martial artist held the lecture, I felt all the moves of flaming metal fist disappear from my mind. This is probably why Zhao Feng finally understood. When he came back from the lecture, he felt that his core-ranked martial art had reached a peak where it could fight against quasi-martial artists. And Zhao Qinggong's strength had only barely reached that of a quasi-martial artist. Not bad. It looks like the outer disciples have a black horse. The main judge smiled. Core rank martial art. Although he has trained it to the highest level, he will still lose against my son Zhao Yijian. After all, core ranked martial arts are just core ranked. A middle-aged man faintly smiled. Oh, the main judge sent an interested look towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Zhao Yijian's father. The middle-aged man laughed as his eyes glanced towards Zhao Yijian with a confident expression. True, the potential of core-ranked martial arts are limited. Zhao Feng must have spent a lot of time and effort to train it to perfection, which means that he would not have much time left to train in other skills. So unfortunate. The main judge spoke and shook his head. Perfection of a core-ranked martial art. Zhao Yijian looked mockingly at Zhao Feng. In his eyes, core-ranked martial arts were rubbish. The white-clothed girl looked at Zhao Feng shocked. Brother Yijian, you have got to beat him. Swear, it is fine. I only need 3 to 10 moves at most. But I won't let him off the hook that easily. I am also going to humiliate him, Zhao Yijian said confidently. His voice was very loud. So many of the people present heard it. At this time, Zhao Feng's eyes landed upon him. Their gazes clashed. While Zhao Yijian's eyes were cold, Zhao Feng had a faint smile. Number 188 versus number 233. The group contest still continued. After Zhao Feng beat Zhao Qinggang, he had no more opponents that were his match on the 7th stage. 16 wins, 17 wins, 18 wins. Most of the people Zhao Feng met admitted defeat, and those who had the courage to fight, they were finished with one blow. It is too disgraceful to lose against a core-ranked martial art. The Zhao sect disciples looked at Zhao Feng like he had a disease. 18 wins, 19 wins, 20 wins in a row. Finally, Zhao Feng won 20 matches in a row, allowing him to proceed to the next round. Zhao Feng let out a long breath as he sat down. Zhao Feng was a black horse in the group contest. Using just his core-ranked martial arts, he had beaten everyone in his way. Even Zhao Chenggang, who was ranked 7th amongst the outer disciples, had lost to him. I wonder how the other groups are going. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned across the other stages. The preliminaries was split into 10 different groups, with each stage having a fair mix of strong and weak disciples. Apart from Zhao Feng, there were many others who had won 20 matches in a row, so they were also able to advance straight into the next round. The fastest of them was Zhao Yijian from the 2nd group. Zhao Yijian's sword was extremely fast. Before his opponents could react, it had reached their throats. In terms of speed to enter the next round, Zhao Yijian was even faster than Zhao Yu. Amongst the outer disciples, only the top 3, Zhao Yufei, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Yijian, are able to threaten me. Zhao Yu's age was slightly higher, 17 years old, and his muscular body seemed extremely big. Reverse wind fist. One disciple of the 3rd rank punched Zhao Yu, but the latter did not even move. What? The disciple's forehead started to sweat. What defense? Zhao Feng was slightly shocked. The full attack of a 3rd rank could not even injure Zhao Yu a little bit. Zhao Yu must have trained in a high-rank body-strengthening skill to allow his defense to surpass the damage dealt by the same rank. Zhao Feng could not take on the blows from a third-rank cultivator with just his body. If Zhao Yijian was said to be fast and explosive, then Zhao Yu was the opposite. He was slow, and his defense was impenetrable. Zhao Yufei used softness to beat hardness. She would casually wave her hand and defeat the opponent. Every move of hers seemed flawless. She wore a purple robe, and her beauty was outstanding. Those that watched her had a refreshing feeling. Who is she? To have the strength of a quasi-martial artist at such a young age. Even a few of the inner disciples were attracted by Zhao Yufei. She's beautiful and talented at the same time. When people like her enter the inner disciples, we won't even have a chance. She's still too young. Another 2 years, and she might be able to be compared with Sun Feather City's most beautiful girl, Xiaomingyu. Up to a certain point, more people focused on her rather than Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian, who were first and second. This was mainly due to her beauty and talent. Soon the 10 groups each had a person with 20 matches in a row. The first group was Zhao Yu, second group Zhao Yijian, third group Zhao Yufei, fourth group Zhao Gan, fifth group Zhao Guan. They were all ranked amongst the top 10 outer disciples. However, there was one unexpected person from Group 7. Zhao Feng was a black horse that rushed out and took Xiao Qinggong's spot. Apart from these 10 people, not many others won 20 matches in a row. The group contest kept on running until there were 10 people left in each group. Using 1 day of time, there was now a total of 100 disciples left. These 100 were the elite of the outer disciples. On the second day, the 100 people once again met at the Sky Marshal Field. Having rested for one night, Zhao Feng felt very energetic. He found that these matches had helped increase his cultivation to a certain extent. Today we will entering the second round of elimination. All of you are the elites of the outer disciples, but today half of you will be eliminated, leaving 50 of you to enter the final tournament. Here are the rules. A voice sounded throughout the field. The 100 contestants held their breaths as they listened to the rules. The ranking was done by gaining points. Everyone started with 1 point, and every match they won would increase their points by 1. With every loss, 1 point would be deducted. Finally, the 50 people with the most points would fight against the inner disciples. Start. The judge's voice sounded. Number 144 versus number 26. Number 73 versus number 429. The 10 different stages quickly all had matches going on. Many would admit defeat if they saw that their opponent was too strong. For example, Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian's opponents admitted defeat as soon as they saw them. They would rather conserve their strength for the next round. Number 188 versus number 169. Finally, it was Zhao Feng's turn. His opponent was a black-faced youth of the second rank. I admit defeat. The black-faced youth saw that it was Zhao Feng, so he immediately surrendered. Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. The black-faced youth had been in the same group as Zhao Feng during the first round, but they never exchanged blows. Like this, Zhao Feng gained his first point, and his tally went up to 2. Soon Zhao Feng met his second opponent. This time his opponent was a girl of the second rank. I know your strength is strong, but I will not admit defeat. The simple, clothed girl bit her lip. Facing this type of weak woman, some would let her win on purpose. Flaming metal fist. The simple punch once again came and knocked the girl 6 meters back. One move, swift and simple. Zhao Feng did not want to waste time as the opponent was too weak and would not help him improve. I lost. The girl felt disappointed as she walked off. Oomph. Bullying weak girls, what is so cool about that? Wait till I go on. I will take revenge for Sister Xin. Zhao Feng's actions caused some youths to look at him in disdain. Number 188 wins. The judge looked approvingly at Zhao Feng. The next matches were too easy. Zhao Feng's points continued to rise. I give up. I admit defeat. Flaming metal fist. Most of Zhao Feng's opponents gave up, but the ones who didn't lost instantly. This kid's strength has probably reached the quasi-martial artist rank. As more matches went on, more and more people started to understand his strength. Zhao Feng didn't forget to pay attention to Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian. Underscore at this time, on the third stage, underscore. Quick, look, it is Zhao Yijian versus Zhao Gan. Zhao Feng turned to see the two were already exchanging blows. The second and fourth strongest outer disciple, fighting easily gained the crowd's attention. These two people were both ranked amongst the top 5, and originally their strength did not have much difference. 10th change of the poisonous snake. Zhao Gan shouted as he twisted and twirled on the ground like a snake. He was so agile that he managed to dodge Zhao Yijian's sword many times. Zhao Feng was slightly moved as Zhao Gan's strength had increased a lot since their encounter last month. He had also trained the 13 changes of the poisonous snake to the 10th change, which meant that he now had the strength of a quasi-martial artist. Zhao Gan's strength was on par with Xin Fei from Sky Cloud Forest. Although you have improved a lot, you will still lose to me like you used to, Zhao Yijian said as he increased his speed once more. It is the high-ranked skill Cold Flowing Sword. This is an extremely hard skill to train, someone called out. Zhao Yijian's sword became faster and faster. Zhao Gan was able to dodge it first, but as time passed, he was evaded less and less. Soon a few slash marks appeared on Zhao Gan's body. Zhao Yijian wins. The judge stopped the fight as the sect wanted Zhao Gan to proceed to the next round without being too injured. At this time, Zhao Gan's back was full of cold sweat as he looked incredulously at Zhao Yijian. How did you do this? Zhao Yijian used less than 10 moves to beat Zhao Gan. Zhao Yijian's strength is so strong, one of the Zhao sect disciples exclaimed. Zhao Yijian and Zhao Gan did spar before, but at that time the fight lasted for a long time, with them exchanging over 100 blows. But now he only needed 10. Zhao Yijian's strength can probably be compared to Zhao Yu now. A few guessed. Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yu. One's forte was attack while the other's was defense. What would happen if these two met? Many were waiting for the clash. Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yu were the two hot picks for the title of strongest outer disciple. Zhao Yufei had not lost yet, either. Zhao Feng's face remained calm as he looked on. He had now won 44 matches in a row. However, at this time, he met a powerful opponent. It was the 5th-ranked outer disciple, Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang had over 40 points, and the only match he had lost was against Zhao Yu. Hee kid, your streak ends here. Zhao Guang laughed happily. Many looked gloatingly towards Zhao Feng. 5th-ranked Zhao Guang was the strongest opponent he had faced so far. Your strength barely steps into the quasi-martial artist rank, Zhao Feng said calmly. Really? Then I'll have a taste of what skills you have apart from the core ranked martial arts. Zhao Guang's eyes flashed. Schwa. As soon as he finished his words, he moved to Zhao Feng's side. What speed? Zhao Guang and Zhao Yufei are both known for their footwork. Zhao Guang's speed caused many praises from the crowd. A contest of speed? Zhao Feng looked mockingly at Zhao Guang. Schwa. When Zhao Guang's palm was just about to hit Zhao Feng, the target disappeared from under his eyes. It was as if his palm split, Zhao Feng into the air. Not good, Zhao Guang thought. Hua. The disciples below stared at the scene. Many who reacted fast stared behind Zhao Guang. Angry dragon fists. Zhao Guang only felt something come toward his back. Pa. Zhao Guang instinctively tried to block the blow, and managed to do so, but then he felt a raging strength overpower him. Boom. Zhao Guang fell back a few meters and almost fell. What skill did he learn for his speed to be so fast? Zhao Guang's heart rippled with shock. Zhao Guang finally steadied himself as he stared at Zhao Feng in shock. Zhao Feng did not attack. In terms of speed, he had complete confidence that even some of the 4th-ranked cultivators would be unable to beat him. At this point, the battle between Zhao Feng and Zhao Guang was the focus of the entire crowd. His speed is even faster than Zhao Guang. The top 3 outer disciples were stunned. What a beautiful footwork skill. The elders watching were also shocked. His skill is so familiar, the main judge murmured. He has learned lightly floating fairy. I'm sure. One martial artist gave Zhao Feng a complicated look. This martial artist had once studied lightly floating fairy. However, it was too hard to train in lightly floating fairy's footwork, even though it was only one part of the skill, so he had only trained in it for 2 years before giving up. It is lightly floating fairy. To be able to train lightly floating fairy to such a high degree means that his comprehension is not bad. Although lightly floating fairy was a high-rank skill, it was considered a broken skill with limited potential. Zhao Feng's attacking. Zhao Feng was like the wind, his speed was just too fast. Zhao Guang used all of his strength, but still could not dodge Zhao Feng's attacks. The fifth stance of the Angry Dragon. Angry Dragon Fist was very popular amongst the middle-ranked martial arts skills, so it was easily recognized. Underscore Pe. Pa. Bong underscore. Zhao Feng pressed Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang felt as if he couldn't breathe, as the pressure was too strong. Every punch would make him fall back. He was being completely dominated by Zhao Feng. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng easily surpassed him. In terms of power, Zhao Feng also exceeded him. Underscore Wa. Underscore. After blocking the 8th punch, Zhao Guang spat out a mouthful of blood and surrendered. Zhao Guang, who was ranked 5th, had lost in 10 moves. Although they knew Zhao Feng was strong and could challenge the top 5, the results still astonished the crowd. Zhao Feng's performance wasn't any weaker than Zhao Yu and company. This kid's intelligence is very high. Not only did he train a core rank martial art to the highest level, he's also trained Angry Dragon Fist to the peak level. He could beat Zhao Guang just by relying on his peak level, middle-ranked martial arts skill. The elders praised Zhao Feng. The matches continued. There were only 4 people who had straight wins: Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yufei, and Zhao Feng. These 4 were known as the 4 strong. Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng. The crowd cheered as Zhao Feng went on stage. Every time he went on, most opponents admitted defeat or were defeated in under 3 moves. Zhao Feng even met Zhao Kuan. I give up. Zhao Kuan bit his lip and wanted to dig a hole to hide in it. Zhao Feng's strength had already surpassed his brother's. How could he win? The 4 strong continued to dominate their matches. Many were anticipating when the 4 strong would clash. Finally, after 60 wins, Zhao Yu, who was ranked 1st, faced off against Zhao Yijian, who was ranked 2nd. Zhao Yu, Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yijian. Many people screamed in anticipation. Zhao Yu, since the battle I lost to you half a year ago, we finally meet again. Zhao Yijian was full of fighting will. In the outer disciples, Zhao Yu was very low-key. All he did was cultivate every day, and therefore his foundation was the most solid, allowing him to constantly sit on the number 1 seat. Make your move. We will see if your cold flowing sword is stronger than my metal body. Zhao Yu's height towered over Zhao Yijian. Underscore Jiang. Underscore. Zhao Yijian took his sword out of its sheath. The moment cold flowing sword was used, the air felt like it was freezing. Metal palm. Zhao Yu's body stood tall as his fist punched towards the sword. Underscore Peng. Underscore. The explosion made the eardrums of lower-level cultivators tremble. Zhao Yijian moved back 2 steps, then spun around to stab at Zhao Yu's lower body. One of them is defensive, while the other is offensive. It was obvious that the strength that Zhao Yijian and Zhao Yu showed could easily beat quasi-martial artists. If Zhao Feng hadn't formed his chi, he wouldn't be able to break through Zhao Yu's defenses. Underscore Ding. Ding. Bong. Underscore. Zhao Yu and Zhao Yijian's fight went into red-hot mode. Zhao Yijian's sword became faster and faster. The ice-cold air enveloped Zhao Yu's body. Zhao Yu continued to block Zhao Yijian's sword. If it was another 3rd rank instead of Zhao Yu, they would have been finished in 1 move. Zhao Yu's foundation is very solid, and his specialty is defense. If Zhao Yijian cannot win in half the time it takes tea to boil, then he will not win, that the main judge said. Half the time it takes for tea to boil? He will not need that long. The middle-aged man, Zhao Yijian's father, said confidently. Oh, the main judge's expression changed. At this moment, the battle suddenly changed. Underscore who underscore. Zhao Yu groaned as his arm was cut. How could my metal body be broken? Zhao Yu's face turned white. Metal body was a skill that made one's body turn as tough as metal. Accompanied with metal fists, his strength and defense had reached a high grade. He believed that no one under the 4th rank could penetrate his defense. High level of a high-rank martial arts skill, the judge shouted. High level of a high-rank martial art. The disciples nearby sucked in a cold breath. For most high-ranked martial arts, it was already hard enough to train them to the low level. To train one to the high level was many times harder. However, once it reached the high level, the damage of the skill would be 50% higher than what it was at the low level. Flowing Cold Sword was already a terrifying high-rank offense skill. When someone of the 3rd rank trained it to the low level, one could have the strength of a quasi-martial artist. If one trained it to the high level, it could threaten martial artists. High level of a high-rank martial art. No wonder. Congratulations, Zhao Tianjian, for having such a talented son. The main judge smiled toward Zhao Yijian's father. Thank you, elder. Zhao Tianjian was shocked, as the main judge was an elder whose status was far higher than his own. Underscore on the stage, underscore. As cold flash, Zhao Yijian pushed his sword to an even faster speed. Underscore FSSSSH, underscore. Zhao Yu's shirt was ripped into pieces as his body was cut multiple times. Zhao Yijian wins, the judge immediately said. High level of a high-rank martial art. I did not lose unjustly, Zhao Yu said as he sighed. After defeating Zhao Yu, Zhao Yijian's momentum couldn't be stopped. Zhao Yijian, Zhao Yijian. The crowd below cheered. Many youths looked up in awe to him. Zhao Yijian was now the king of the outer disciples. Zhao Yijian surveyed the area, and his eyes landed on Zhao Feng. His lips curled into a cold smile as he looked disdainfully at Zhao Feng. Brother Jian, Zhao Shui, whose face was fully red, ran up to him. She believed that his strength was unbeatable. At the same time, she glanced toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was expressionless. Now, there were only 3 people left with a perfect record: Zhao Yijian, Zhao Feng, and Zhao Yufei. However, now there was not much anticipation left. In the crowd's opinion, Zhao Yijian would not lose to anyone from the outer disciples. He would even be ranked highly amongst the inner disciples. High level of a high-rank martial art, Zhao Feng murmured. His perfect record kept on escalating and soon reached 60 wins, 61 wins. However, the fight between Zhao Yijian and Zhao Feng could not be avoided. Finally, at his 69th match, Zhao Feng saw the purple-clothed youth stand on stage. It was Zhao Yijian. The crowd turned silent as the two faced each other. After all, Zhao Feng also had a perfect record. Zhao Feng, you won't admit defeat, will you? Zhao Yijian mockingly said. In his opinion, the only one who was his opponent was Zhao Yu. All the others were rubbish. Although Zhao Yijian was strong, he had an arrogant attitude. This meant that it was useless to talk to him. Only with actions could you prove what you wanted to say. Although Zhao Feng did not respond, his attitude was like needles in Zhao Yijian's eyes. The crowd was slightly taken aback. Zhao Yijian was already very arrogant, but Zhao Feng's silence did more than what word could say. Kid, if you don't speak now, you won't be able to speak later, Zhao Yijian said deeply. Underscore Jiang, underscore. His sword flashed in front of Zhao Feng. Zhao Yijian started with cold flowing sword. Although he was very arrogant, he knew that Zhao Feng had the strength of a quasi-martial artist, so he had to go full out. Zhao Feng felt a chill coming from his sword. Underscore SSSSS, underscore. The sword missed Zhao Feng's shoulder by half an inch. What a high technique. I can only see the after image. If he only had the strength of a quasi-martial artist, then he definitely wouldn't be able to face the high level of cold flowing sword. Zhao Feng knew that his defense was not equal to Zhao Yu's. Underscore, Sung underscore. As light as a leaf, Zhao Feng pulled away from Zhao Yijian. In terms of defense, Zhao Feng was not Zhao Yijian's match, not unless he learned a high-rank body-strengthening technique like Zhao Yu. Where are you running? Zhao Yijian swiftly jumped and used cold-flowing sword in midair. No matter how hard Zhao Feng tried to dodge, the chill continued to follow him. No wonder it is the high level of a high-ranked martial art. Zhao Feng thought. He knew that although his angry dragon fist had reached the peak level, it was not a match for Zhao Yijian's cold-flowing sword. Ice-cold flying explosion. Zhao Yijian's move suddenly changed. The sword turned towards Zhao Feng's landing spot. Not good. Zhao Feng was in midair, and once he landed, he would not be able to dodge Zhao Yijian's area attack. What a cold-flowing sword. He can already use area attacks, while still below the 4th rank. Looks like the battle has been decided. The older generation who were watching praised. Come down. Zhao Yijian's ice-cold flying explosion sent a frenzied blast towards the lower part of Zhao Feng's body. Lightly floating wave. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as he compacted all of his blood, allowing him to jump in midair. Tongue. His body left the pull of gravity as he jumped over Zhao Yijian's killing move. How is this possible? Zhao Yijian stood dazed as he saw Zhao Feng jump over his killing move. What? Zhao Feng has trained lightly floating fairy to such a high degree. The main judge praised as he stroked his beard. Lightly floating wave. That is the ultimate move of lightly floating fairy. How did he manage to do this? The martial artist who had once trained in lightly floating fairy exclaimed as he stood up from shock. On the stage. Zhao Feng was running while Zhao Yijian tried to catch up. Soon, Zhao Yijian's cold-flowing sword was approaching high level, its damage and speed rapidly increasing. Zhao Feng wasn't bad either. His lightly floating fairy made him as light as a feather, and although it seemed like he could only barely dodge the sword did not even touch him once. Time flew by. While Zhao Feng was running, he tried to find any flaws in Zhao Yijian's skill so that he could retaliate. However, he suddenly realized that he could not even get close to Zhao Yijian, or else he would face a killing move. His angry dragon fist could not block even one of Zhao Yijian's sword blows. If he tried to block one, he would get injured. Do I have to use? Zhao Feng sucked in a breath as the inner strength in his body awakened, then disappeared. Relying on the hiding air technique, he concealed his inner strength. While in midair, Zhao Feng suddenly put his energy into his left eye. The moment the left eye was activated, Zhao Feng went into supervision mode. Although Zhao Yijian's sword was fast, it slowed down in his eyes. He could even see where the strength in Zhao Yijian's body gathered, and through that, Zhao Feng could predict where Zhao Yijian was going to attack next. Tongue. Zhao Feng dodged all the attacks easily. Angry Dragon Fist. At a certain point, Zhao Feng retaliated. Ice Cold Wind. Zhao Yijian neither dodged nor defended. Instead, his sword went for Zhao Feng's throat. Zhao Feng fell helpless. He could find gaps in Zhao Yijian's moves. He could not attack since he would be unable to dodge Zhao Yijian's sword. Cold Flowing Sword focuses on sharpness and offense. It does not have any defense at all. However, he has trained it to the high level, so his flaws are small, and I only have a 50% chance to win. Zhao Feng analyzed and predicted inside his mind. The biggest difference between him and Zhao Yijian was the martial arts skill level. To beat Zhao Yijian, he only had two options. The first way was to stall until the opponent got tired. Zhao Feng had complete confidence that, with his left eye and inner strength, he could outlast Zhao Yijian. The second way was to use his inner strength and win by force. Just as Zhao Feng was thinking this, Judge, I think that the two of them are both geniuses, and if it drags on and one of them gets injured or dies, we will be punished by the sect. Usually, even if they stalled, Zhao Yijian had a 50 to 60% chance of winning, but he had an unknown feeling that stalling wasn't a good idea. But they have not finished yet. The fight's judge was a bit hesitant since Zhao Tianjin's cultivation had reached the 6th rank, and his status wasn't low. Although they have not finished yet, can you not see who has got the upper hand? Zhao Tianjin gave a knowing look towards the stage's judge. It was obvious that if this was done well, there'd be great rewards. Fine, the judge said. Number 188, Zhao Feng, you have the lower hand, so if this drags out, the judge has the right to make the decision. This was okay. underscore. Zhao Feng felt anger surge in his heart. The judge was obviously biased toward Zhao Yijian. Obviously, the judge couldn't openly say that Zhao Yijian won, but being the judge, they had the right to make a decision after a while. For example, the judge could make a decision if a match dragged out for too long. The judge's decision did cause some disturbance. Although Zhao Feng's got the lower hand, he is not losing at all. Oof. All he could do is run. He's just wasting our time. The crowd discussed this quietly. Although some of the older generation felt that this was unjust, they were not willing to offend Zhao Tianjian and his son just for a mere branch sect disciple. Fine, I will not run. Zhao Feng laughed bitterly as he stopped. Kid, take my sword. Zhao Yijian looked gratefully towards his father. Zhao Tianjian stood with his hands behind his back, faintly smiling. At this point, some people like Zhao Kun had gloating faces. Zhao Shuai looked at that familiar figure and sighed. She had complex feelings towards him, some sympathetic, some cold. Underscore SSSS underscore. Just as Zhao Yijian's cold flowing sword approached Zhao Feng, the latter didn't make any move to dodge. Angry dragon fists. Zhao Feng put all his anger into this punch. Arrogant. The elders shook their heads. AI. The stage's judge sighed as well. Ha ha. It's no use. Break. Zhao Yijian laughed as he waved his sparkling sword. Open. Zhao Feng took a deep breath as he gave off an extremely powerful aura. Underscore who? Underscore. A faint green glow appeared on Zhao Feng's arms and fists. It looked beautiful under the sunlight. Before the fist arrived, the winds had already struck Zhao Yijian's body. Underscore pa. Underscore. With Zhao Feng being at the center, the dust under the unseen force slowly floated upwards. What? It's... The main judge stood up, his face full of excitement. Underscore not good. Underscore Zhao Tianjin's expression turned ugly. What is going on? Zhao Yijian felt an unknown pressure bearing down on him, making him unable to even breathe. Even his sword speed was limited. In his eyes, Zhao Feng's fist was like a roaring dragon. Underscore dang. Croc. Underscore. Zhao Yijian spat out a mouthful of blood. Underscore clang. Underscore. His sword split into two pieces and fell onto the ground. There was also an unseen force that traveled through the sword and flowed into his body. Ah! Zhao Yijian groaned as he was knocked 20 meters back. Underscore who underscore. As Zhao Feng lowered his fist, the dust fell slowly back onto the ground. Not knowing how long had passed, someone shouted, Inner strength of the martial path. Zhao Feng had chi. A faint green glow flashed throughout Zhao Feng's body. Cold breaths sounded throughout the field. Everyone was completely shocked. The white-bearded judge stood up and murmured, 14 years old, and he has already understood the principle of inner strength. He is easily going to become a martial artist. His talent can be compared to Zhao Linlong's. The crowd attention once again focused on Zhao Feng. He was the new king of the outer disciples. Zhao Feng looked incredulously at his fists. He had seen Zhao Yijian's arm break, seen the sword snap in two. He had even restrained his strength. If he had not, Zhao Yijian's injury wouldn't be just a broken arm. At least half his arm would have become useless. If it was a normal third-rank cultivator instead, this punch would have killed him instantly. Underscore this is the power of inner strength. Underscore Zhao Feng trembled with excitement. The disciples in the crowd looked at Zhao Feng in fear. They now understood the difference in strength between martial learners and martial artists. Zhao Feng wins. The judge glanced deeply at Zhao Feng. Even though he was biased towards Zhao Yijian, Zhao Feng had still won. It wasn't just winning, it was winning with complete strength. Jianer! Zhao Tianjian screamed and appeared at Zhao Yijian's side. His speed was so fast that the people nearby only saw a blur. What speed? Zhao Feng estimated that Zhao Yijian's father had probably reached the 6th rank of the martial path. The 6th rank of the martial path was the peak of martial artists. Another step further would mean becoming a martial master. I lost. I cannot believe it. Zhao Yijian couldn't feel his left arm. Call an alchemist. Zhao Tianjian saw that there was a chance of his son's arm becoming useless, and then turned around. Youngster, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Tianjian had murderous in his eyes as he looked towards Zhao Feng. The aura of the 6th rank of the martial path caused great pressure bearing towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt as if the air had been frozen. Every word he spoke would cost him a lot of energy. He was lucky that he had his own inner strength to fight against Zhao Tianjian's aura. _pe. The faint green glow inside his left eye, which was originally 1.3 meters long, started to creep towards the 1.35 m mark. Under the pressure, Zhao Feng had increased his cultivation. Good. Now I have the requirements to break through to the 4th rank. Zhao Feng laughed. His slight change did not fool Zhao Tianjin's eyes. Cannot let him live. Zhao Tianjian felt that Zhao Feng was a threat to him. Youngster, you're just a lowly branch disciple. For injuring my son's arm, I will take away your cultivation. Shua. In a flash, Zhao Tianjian leapt toward Zhao Feng. Not good. Zhao Feng felt great danger come bearing towards him. It was lucky that he was on guard. The second the power started to condense within Zhao Tianjin's body, Zhao Feng had seen it with his left eye. Tongue. Zhao Feng did not even think at all as he pushed lightly floating fairy to its limit. He jumped over 10 meters up and barely managed to dodge the attack. However, he knew that this was the only chance he had to dodge. When Zhao Tianjian missed, he knew that something was wrong. Die, he shouted as he used his own footwork skill to follow Zhao Feng. Lightly floating wave. Zhao Feng jumped in midair and ran towards the high-status people of the sect. He knew that Zhao Tianjian only had a middle-high status within the sect. The higher level of the sect would not allow for Zhao Feng's cultivation to be crippled in front of them. Zhao Feng ran towards his goal at his fastest speed. This kid. Zhao Tianjian understood Zhao Feng's intentions. Zhao Tianjian. Stop. A deep voice as loud as thunder boomed. Accompanying this voice, a powerful aura formed overhead. It was a white-bearded old man. He stood in front of Zhao Tianjian. Not good. Is the main judge. Zhao Tianjian knew that he was someone of the 7th rank or higher. However, Zhao Feng was right in front of his eyes. He wasn't willing to let him go like this. Zhao Tianjian clenched his teeth as he faced the elder. Down. An unseen hand slammed downwards. Zhao Tianjian felt his power disappear as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Attacking through the air. How strong? It was obvious that the main judge had mastered transformation strength, a higher level of inner strength. Elder, this Zhao Feng is deadly and cunning. He broke my son's arm. How can you not punish him? Zhao Tianjian half knelt on the ground as he spoke with fear. Who is deadly? When Zhao Feng attacked, he had already restrained himself from using all of his strength, or else the result would not be as simple as a broken arm. Your son's arm would at least have been crippled, or he could even have died as a result, the judge said. Zhao Tianjian understood immediately. Why not go and help your son? The white-bearded judge waved his arms and left the stage. Zhao Feng unclenched his fist full of cold sweat and looked gratefully at the elder. The elder seemed to notice this and smiled back at him with praise in his eyes. This disturbance didn't affect the rest of the matches. He beat Zhao Yijian. Zhao Shui's face was stiff. She had the feeling she had fallen from heaven and into the abyss. Before her eyes, that familiar figure had become the king of the outer disciples. Now, Zhao Feng was without a doubt the best amongst the outer disciples. 70 wins, 71 wins. Zhao Feng's record kept increasing. Most of his opponents surrendered straight away. Even when he faced Zhao Yu, Zhao Feng only had to use his qi to instantly break his opponent's metal body. Zhao Feng's strength was no longer that of a quasi-martial artist. It had reached that of a half-step martial artist. Half-step martial artist was when one had qi and had reached quasi-martial artist at the same time. To a certain extent, It was the same as being 4th rank. However, there was an unexpected turn. Zhao Yufei still had a perfect streak. On Zhao Yufei's 80th match, she met Zhao Yu. Butterfly palm. Zhao Yufei shouted as her jade-like hands burst out with immense strength. Crack. Zhao Yu's metal body was once again broken. Oh my god, it is Qi again. No one had thought that there would be someone else who had understood inner strength apart from Zhao Feng. Interesting. The main judge had a faint smile. Zhao Feng's expression did not change when Zhao Yufei used inner strength. He had already seen the inner strength hiding inside Zhao Yufei's blood with his left eye. That day when the coach was giving his lecture, many outer disciples had gained some insights, with Zhao Feng gaining the most. This was because he had the help of his left eye and had already trained the air-pushing breathing technique to the peak of its 3rd level. Therefore, Zhao Feng was the first one to form inner strength. Zhao Yufei was later than him by half a month. It looks like first place is not decided yet. The crowd were now anticipating the clash between Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei. Finally, when Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei won their 90th matches respectively, they met. Begin. Although Zhao Yufei had inner strength, Zhao Feng did not fear her. I know there is still some difference between you and me, but I will not give up. Zhao Yufei's smile was like a flower opening. Angry Dragon Fist. Zhao Feng started off with his peak level, middle-ranked martial art. The reason he could beat Zhao Yijian so badly wasn't just because of inner strength. It was because Angry Dragon Fist was already at the peak of middle-ranked martial arts, and when used, its damage exceeded the damage dealt by high-ranked martial arts trained to the low level. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's Angry Dragon Fist was closing in on perfection. If Angry Dragon Fist can reach perfection, it can easily win against cold flowing sword trained to the high level. Thought Zhao Feng. The two exchange blows. As expected, Zhao Yufei wasn't as strong as Zhao Feng. After all, Zhao Feng had a stronger foundation of inner strength, and his speed was faster. Although Zhao Yufei had a high-ranked speed skill, it wasn't faster than Zhao Feng's lightly floating fairy. Zhao Feng's attacks became faster and faster. Zhao Yufei started to turn red as she felt her strength depleting. Good chance. Zhao Feng's left eye easily locked onto a flaw, and his fist hit Zhao Yufei's shoulder. Thank you for going easy. Zhao Yufei's body shook as she flipped in midair and landed on the ground. It was obvious that Zhao Feng's punch had been restrained, or else she would have ended up like Zhao Yijian. No problem. Zhao Feng smiled. He really liked Zhao Yufei's attitude. After beating Zhao Yufei, there were no more opponents that were his match left. All his opponents admitted defeat. I give up. I surrender. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng finally finished his 100th battle, and with his score, easily attained the title of number 1 amongst the outer disciples.